Hello everyone. How are we doing today? My name is Avi.Wav. I'm joined today by Casual Cutie for some NLC RPS action.
Wow, hello. It's a real pleasure to be in front of the camera for once. I'm also behind the camera. I'm also doing production today, so sorry if things
You're
are a
on
little bit
everything.
scuffed. Yeah, has sometimes been the case, but no, we are here for some not tiebreakers. We're just finishing up the groups due to someone not being able to code some servers on Tuesday evening. So got a couple more matches to play, including some of the UK teams. Not for the first match though. We've got Leo coming up against, I believe, Bitfix Gaming.
Yeah, indeed. We've got Norwegian versus Swedish, so definitely want to keep an eye out for this one. I don't know about you, I've not seen much of this one
Mhm.
recently, but obviously if you've made it to RPS, you must be doing something right. So any insight into these two
Ooh,
teams?
any insight into these two teams? Well, insight into Bitfix is that, look, uh, not saying they don't deserve to be here. They look like they were down and out yesterday,
Okay.
right? They were 0-2, I believe, coming up against best member of the group, Epic Avalanche, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Took a surprise win against there and are now properly looking to compete to make it go, to be able to go forwards, right? It's a bit of a mess, Group B, I believe, at the
Yeah, looks
moment.
a bit of a messy one at the moment. Obviously, Epic Avalanche already made it through to the next
Mm.
phase, but if Leo get this, they will join them in the playoff bracket. So they definitely want to win this one.
I don't know if it's directly direct qualification. Once again, I'm struggling
So
like
I'm
through
I'm
things,
I'm
but
looking at the Leaguepedia. That's what it says.
well, very important match here. We don't want BFG to win this one, guys. Look, we want the best League of
Oh,
Legends
okay,
possible, right? But
okay.
it is worth noting we do have the head-to-head as the UK against the BFG, right?
Yeah, we do.
So we don't, we want both teams to have as much fun as possible. Both teams put on a good performance, but we're really crossing our fingers here for Leo to continue their strong streak. Um, we'll have to see though as we get into game. Draft should be starting shortly, assuming there are no delays. I'll keep an eye on that.
Well, fingers crossed. But until then, what else can we say? Tell me about GGL. Is there anything in that regard that we know?
Uh, hmm, I'm not sure. I can talk a bit about these players a little bit. I
We'll go
mean,
ahead then to start with that.
as someone who sometimes ends up works on the NLC broadcast one. Some of these names are quite familiar to me. I mean, you see Rusty Sniper here, real mainstay of the Nordic scene. Banderas as well, BFG, Don Ponk. All these names, if you watch any of the NLC Div 1, it should be quite familiar to you.
Oh yeah.
Very much mainstay names. It's kind of interesting to see them. I was quite surprised when BFG weren't able to pick up the win against. I was quite impressed with the Broad Boys for that one. Um, because I didn't expect them to go down quite like that. It was a real performance. Did you manage to catch that game, Avi?
I've been away for a lot of work over the last
Oh,
couple of days,
brilliant.
so I've not
You
been able to
should go
catch
back and
up.
watch that VOD. You should go back and watch that VOD.
Which one is it? Let's have a
It's
quick rundown of that then.
the Broad versus BFG VOD was Broad firing on all cylinders. I won't spoil what happens, but a
Ooh.
certain player might get a certain pentakill on a certain signature champion.
A
Uh,
certain player might get a certain pentakill. Are we talking? I know that obviously this was Four Nations Grand Finals only a few
mhm.
days ago, but we did see uh, Spark pentakill on Aphelios,
Well,
so that's always a good start.
I'm not at liberty to say, but it wasn't the Felios he got the pentakill on. No, but really, just go back and check that VOD. It wasn't even like BFG, I think, were playing particularly poorly. Just Broad
Mm.
have really managed to turn us on. I believe we're just a bit delayed on draft. I'm gonna go
Wow.
find out why that is. Uh, Miano still should be an interesting match. You know what? As much as they are our direct competition, I am still rooting for these BFG gamers to
Absolutely.
come through.
They are looking, well, obviously tied at the moment, but putting up a good fight. It'd be good to see how they perform coming into the rest of this qualification process.
It's still anyone's game at the moment.
I think that's the fun part as well, isn't it? You got to, because it's anyone gets games, it's
Oh,
going to be
never
really
mind.
messy.
Okay, so change my mind. We're not supporting BFG at all. I've
Oh?
received reason for the delay. PR issues on BFG. All right, I know you're promoting this
Ah.
on your channel. Which one of your players installed the wrong TR? You can be honest. There's no judgment here, except we're going to judge you quite heavily for it.
There's no
What- what-
judgment from me because I ran around all the weekend trying to fix TR issues at the Four Nations LAN. You can have issues there. I'm not going to argue with that one.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to see if we can get a bit of an ETA on how long it is until game. If we can't, I might just throw it to a quick break while we wait, because it could be, knowing TR issues, it could be quite a long time. Hold on.
Yeah, depends if we have to reinstall the whole
I
game,
think
which
it's-
unfortunately
look-
is something that happens.
I think, unfortunately,
Welcome back, everybody. We've had a little bit of an extended break, but we should be getting into draft very shortly.
We're in draft right now, actually. Have I put my
Oh,
mic
there
on?
we
I put my mic on the scene.
You put your
We're
mic back
good.
on. Perfect.
No. I want it to be known that Ho had 30 seconds left to make it into lobby before the storm was a forfeit, if you're wondering for the reason for the delay. And if you're wondering, right, not Belfast, God, BFG, no, Bitfix Gaming have lost all 3 bans and will lose the next 2 bans in the next phase as well. It's because of that. We see a lot of bans up here towards Banderas in the top lane. Udyr and Fiora taken off the board. Makes a lot of sense. Aphelios ban, but not this Corki, which seems to be dominating in this RPS.
I mean, it's always just a strong pick to take in any situation, really. And you do technically still have the option to flex at mid if you want to, but you shouldn't. You never should, but you have that option. I like this a lot. We've seen Bunny Beast on it before, so I think picking it up early, that gives you options. Try and limit what Banderas can go into later, maybe.
Total reversal here by Rusty Sniper. I do remember.
Oh, okay.
Very proficient on this Smolder. Corki wants to be getting that ball rolling in the early game. Smolder obviously looking to scale to late game, get those stacks up. So the bot lane support matchup obviously can change things quite heavily, but should be about surviving the lane here for Leo as they pick up the Jarvan as well.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted it there just briefly. I think it's going to have to come down to these support picks. How are Don and Thug going to play around it? I mean, the aim of the Corki, obviously, to get damage down early, take pressure away. But that's not what the Smolder wants to do. Smolder can't exactly fight early. You have to try and keep this guy safe as long as possible. So having a Jarvan, that gives you more options to try and fight, get your Smolder ahead. But it's a little bit risky as well, because obviously if Corki gets ahead, that's going to scale really well into the later game as well.
We see here Volibear picked up on the 2 for Bitfix. God, for Bitfix.
You keep saying Belfast.
Look,
Belfast aren't here.
Look, it should be BSG in the whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I've had to look at UKL for years of my life. I'm allowed to be seeing images where they aren't here in this game. We see here Volibear picked up jungle. I was gonna say could be flex top lane. Thankfully not. A lot of early power in this composition from Bitfix. Coming through. Nara as well in the blind on the top lane. Not something you see so common on 3 here. Looking to maybe hide an aggressive mid laner with this Volibear. Hwei so strong though. Hwei Smolder, a comp that once you get past 25 minutes is so impossible to approach, and it is locked in here.
I mean, it's as you said, it's just incredibly strong getting in early. And then it's Hwei. How much damage does Hwei do in the late game? You're just going to melt through health bars. So I do think this is a fairly safe blind if you can try and keep some of those more early game mid laners away from energy. But it is just going to have to be how does Cast on this Jarvan play around keeping both bot lane and mid lane safe. Otherwise, I think the rest of Bitfix are just going to kind of dominate the game from here.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is always the conundrum here, scaling versus aggression early on. We do need to see Bitfix stacking up these early drakes, right? Volibear is so powerful at taking those objectives as well. Does struggle, I think, to make it into these fights a bit later versus Hwei and Jarvan. Walking up across that minefield where he can put out with his I haven't passed an age, can't remember the name, QW. The bans here, Echo and Orianna, 2 of those mid laners that can play aggressive, can play forward. No ball delivery system here for Volibear or Gnar as well. I really like what Leo are going for here. How are they going to round it out? I'd like to see a Braum come in. There's a lot of short range coming in from BSG. Cho'Gath as well.
Definitely.
Can play a very anchoring role in this draft if it is picked up.
It will be for presumably fair, but I mean, it's a Cho'Gath. You technically could take that bot side for support. You shouldn't, but you can. I think you have to look at the bans for Leo here, trying to keep Lofty as safe as possible. These do make sense. I'm not too familiar with Energy's champion pool myself, but I think just keeping away a lot of the early aggressors makes a lot of sense if you want to try and keep your slightly weaker early game a little bit safer. Coming in with Rakan, though, for Thug. I think if you want to go on early offense, that's exactly what you want. Combination with that Volibear. That gives so much pressure with this Corki. If Bitfix get an opportunity to go in.
They're not locking Karma.
If
They're knocking Morgana here! Someone get Tom back on this cast! Oh my gosh, it's on Morgana. Mid lane slammed down into the Hui. I haven't heard about
Listen.
this. Maybe it is an experimental counter matchup.
I just want to point it out. If you look at TikTok, there's a ridiculous amount of Rakan mid. I just want to throw it out there as a possibility.
They're not picking Rakan. I highly doubt
They won't pick Rakan mid.
Look,
surely
if
it's
you're
going
playing
towards Morgana mid.
If you're playing Volibear Rakan, I think you shouldn't have
That
even
just doesn't
get
sound
Keyboard
fun.
to come along. Karma in this bot lane can provide the peel to keep Smolder, keep Cho'Gath, keep Hui at the distance needed. Can provide a lot of lane pressure as well. Rakan, very strong once you get that level 6 ultimate, kind of struggles until then. Very good playing the follow-up engage, very good at dancing around the mobility, but just doesn't have that many base stats. You talk about not wanting to fight early with Smolder, there is a line. If you can fight early with Smolder and not die, you can start stacking exceptionally quickly. And through the short range bot lane from Bitfix Gaming here, I can see that being a line for Rusty Sniper, so proficient on this champion.
Definitely, I mean, obviously we were highlighting keeping your Smolder safe, but you could try and play more offensive backline with that Jarvan, with that Karma. What I think, looking at this though, whilst you do have a lot of engage options with the Jarvan and Karma duo trying to help out Rusty Sniper, you also have a perfect opportunity to have a really nice disengage. Karma slows, Karma speed boost, all the disengage potential that Jarvan has if you can get a good knock up and slow. It can be good on offense. And it is amazing on offense, we can all agree on this, but it does give them options for disengage as well, and I think, well, let's see how they choose to play this one. Do they go for offense or do they try and keep it a little bit slower? They have the options for both with this comp, and I think it really works out for them.
We will definitely have to see, and I think it's quite interesting as well. This Morgana counter pick is obviously something that's been pre-prepared. We'll be going into the mid lane for Ho. I can see that, so from what I know of Morgana, typically, back in the day when I was on Paragon, we'd love to draw Morgana into
Back in the day.
Back in the day, okay? Back in 2021. A solid 4 years ago. Count
that was before I played League of Legends.
Yeah, God, that's crazy. Anyway, back then, we would draft Morgana mid lane into specifically Vi, specifically Jugger ADC comps. I don't know it's going to perform the same role here. I can see it as a stylistic counter to Hui if you just push him under turret. One of Hui's biggest strengths in the mid game is obviously his ridiculous damage, but also the ability to just shove and roam. Morgana can pretty much deny that, and if you can land those bindings as a follow-up to that slam coming in from Volibear, I can see it being quite effective.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how you want to be playing this matchup. You kind of want to abuse the fact that Hui isn't quite as strong in the early game. Obviously, Morgana's not got that much power, but if you play around just the continuous chip that she's going to provide, there's a lot of pressure that could come out, especially with that Volibear combo.
Well, we're going to be heading into game in just a moment. We are ready now. Thing over. Bitfix on the blue.
I shall confirm, we are getting into game immediately.
Well, hey, I'm
Cutie's
back.
Taking
I'm
a
back.
second, are you in?
There we
Perfect.
go, yeah.
We're getting into our first game for this afternoon. Bitfix Gaming and Leo.
Yeah, just to set up the stakes here, Bitfix really have to get something going early with this Volibear, with this Morgana. If you look for that already, engagement cast.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to try and get a little bit of early pressure. I mean, that insight, first and foremost, tells you exactly where Cast is playing. Look at it now. They can take this a lot of different directions. They know where they want to try and play around here.
I think if you're Volibear, you probably want to path towards the spot lane. It's going to be very hard to find anything on this Cho'Gath. Quite a strong neutralizing matchup into Banderas on the top lane. Maybe going to path up there instead. I don't know. I don't think Gnar is your win condition in this game. Sort of a lane neutralizer. Can play a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none. Probably see him on the split push this game. Up in the bot lane, Rusty Sniper and Dom Pong making an aggressive position for this level 1.
Yeah, have to just... we were saying, not quite sure how they want to play it, aggressively, passively. A little bit of the offense does make a lot of sense here, but looking at how aggressive we see the positioning for Rusty Sniper, could get caught out, but it's going to have to back away for now. Knows exactly where they're trying to play for. Listen, stacks are worth it. Stacks are always worth it. Yeah. Not going to argue with that one.
They're going to know that Amel is pathing down here. Not going to see him on the Raptors. Have to be wary of that timing, obviously. Will be matched by the Jarvan, both heading down towards the spot lane where you expect to see the most action.
Makes sense though. Just want to try and protect your laners as much as possible, especially with this hyper-aggressive bot lane coming through for Bitfix.
And we can see here Morgana already somewhat matching the shove from Wei in the mid lane. Wei, one of those champions that can just dump their spells on the wave quickly with them as well, move first, and make up for their lack of early power by being there first on the objective. Morgana going to deny that almost entirely.
Yeah, I think we do kind of neglect the fact that even though Morgana obviously not the most mobile, we say that though, just gonna have a little bit of a tussle on the top side. Vanderis.
Ooh, Hail of
Back away
Blades
for now.
Cho'Gath there.
Oh, actually both get stunned up. Just gonna back away. Can't really engage off that Furby, but you can see the intention coming through for Leo, wanting to play this aggressive incredibly early. But there's nothing you can do in that position. You don't have that early game damage, even with Hail of Blades and Deep Ring.
It is a lot easier to catch out this Gnar when he's Mega. We'll have the bonus stats. So forcing a reset already, though. Vanderis.
Not what you want for Bitfix, is it?
Ah, definitely it's not.
It's really not a good position.
No, it's fine.
No.
Cho'Gath's not known for like hyperscaling or whatever. It's chill.
Oh no, absolutely not. What's a Cho'Gath? Never heard of him. Late game? Nah. Tanky? Nah. We go in.
Is gonna be running quite low on mana though. Just looking to get this wave under turret. Knows the junglers are pathing bot side. Did see Volibear on that camp. You see the two junglers tussling over blue here. Hamel standing on a ward.
I'm not quite aware there's one there, or maybe I just don't know. Do see the Scuttle managed to get picked up by Camel, so good catch there, but there's nothing else you can really do off that. You can't go for a re-engage onto cast. I say that though, looking for Ho-Ho, but there's nothing. It's gonna show pressure, force Lofty away slightly, aware of that pressure that a Volibear can bring in an early gank.
Yeah, and we saw there in the mid lane. Ho-Ho able to match the burst of Lofty. Also able to Black Shield away that crushing maul.
Yeah. Just smart play, slow play, and it works. Getting this Morgana into a nice stable position.
See, once again, Furby teleports back into top lane, already chunked out Vanderis pretty heavily, maybe regressing that Doran's Blade start. Not something you'd expect to say into a melee matchup.
No,
but
not
really
at all.
Struggling.
I mean, it's just, I think that just shows how strong Furby has been looking on this Cho'Gath. If you can force out, well, everything from Gnar without actually losing out on pretty much any trade, you're also doing something right, and it's ridiculous to be saying that.
It's just because Furby's been landing these earthquakes time and time again. It seems to happen on the bot lane. Re-engage here.
Hello.
Punk steps up.
Too aggro. Well, not too
Meanwhile, we
aggro.
see
Good
a gank
aggro, but like
up in the
not in a
top
great
lane.
position for it. Camel gonna go straight on in, gets the stun off, can't quite follow up with that lightning strike, having to back away now. Banderas blinking health for now, but there's nothing for Furby here. He's gonna get called out position completely.
No level 6.
There's
coming
nothing.
through.
There's
No
nothing to do.
focus.
Absolutely not, and that's going to be first blood going towards the side of Camel and Bitfix Gaming.
Does blow the flash from Vanderis. Doesn't hold on to the flash themselves. We saw yesterday, I believe, someone disrespect a Cho'Gath under turret to try and reset and just get flashed on and Ethan. It might have been Vanderis. But no, will take the reset, but is up on CS, but not quite the sort of lane lead you'd expect to be seeing in a range versus melee matchup.
Really? I say that though. Really aggressive coming through for Leo. Almost shoving completely under tower.
Jarvan is seen
No
on the
health
flank.
already. DC. Cast coming in. Just going to hold there for now. Is on vision. Bitfix are aware of this, but so much pressure. This Karma. So much damage coming through from that empowered Q.
Yeah, Karma really buoying the lane phase here for Rusty Sniper. You've got enough tankiness on the top side. I do see one issue with the Leo composition. They don't really have the sort of reliable engage tools you'd really be
No.
hoping for to get
The
fights
issue
started.
here.
But you do still
You
have
do
that,
have engage.
we do
a
have
little
a
bit.
miss cannon there from Ho-Ho as well. So we do still have
-1.
we do still have Jarvan diving in, but it's quite a committal engage, right? You are going to be supported by the Karma, you're going to be supported by a Cho'Gath and Rupture into that Cataclysm, but Jarvan sometimes struggles with diving a little bit too far forward, not getting supported by the team, not much follow-up engage for him either. We'll have to see how these pan out in the late game team fights, but for the moment seems to be doing just fine in lane. You can see a lane swap here coming through. Rusty Sniper moved up to the top lane with Dom Pong. Bit of a scuttle around this scuttle. Knockup comes
looking
through.
for engage, has to flash away Lofty, but getting a bit caught out of position, forces the ulti onto Camel, but there's nothing else. Does get the heal out from the Don. They gotta just back away for now, but no, Ho-Ho managed to get the root. Find that kill. It's just a massive tussle going on here. Cast can't quite get over the wall yet, gets stunned up, looking for so much damage, just about managed to find the flag Q out.
And that's just
And it's
disrespect
just
there.
barely getting out here. Bitfix, they're playing aggressively in these fights. And it's able to work for them because they just don't have... Leo, sorry, don't have any engage. We mentioned this earlier. They can't really get into these fights and make things happen, so
I think it was
they're just getting caught out of position.
I think it was just also a little bit disrespect from Lofty there, right? Didn't have the push up in the top side. You've just made the lane swap. I mean, you've been not getting prio for the past 30 seconds. Sure, you'll have it in a little bit, but fighting and dying over that scuttle, not worth it. We see now, though, a teleport towards this mid lane. Dive surely onto Lofty coming through.
You'd think so. He's going to hold it for now, though. I don't think there's any real need to go straight on into the mid lane here.
You do see a collapse on
I want to play it a little bit slow, I do say that, but... Gonna go walk straight on into Cast. Looking for an engage. Will get the knock up, the stun onto Cast. Goes in for the Cataclysm. Straight on into Thugs. Rakan has to back away. Cast though, falling. Banderas just comes on in, gets the stun. Picks up a double kill. Looking for more onto Don actually. Can't quite find that CC. Look at that damage coming through. Still gonna be able to trade this one out. Continuing looking for a third in this fight. Will not be able to find it. Lofty. Perfect timing. You see nearly being able to pick up 3, but just about managing to get a good timing from that way.
Once again, not respecting the early dueling power of the Volibear here, right? When you play Jarvan, you often think you're quite strong in these early skirmishes. I thought they had the flank, the collapse as well, but I don't think they accounted for the teleport coming through from Thug. And it ends up spelling their demise. They do force them away from the grubs. We'll be able to pick those up for themselves, but going down this much gold in the early game, kind of nasty.
Not really what you want when, I mean, what were we saying? Jarvan, pretty decent early fight power, already 700, 600 gold down. Not really where you want to be seeing if you are a Leo fan here.
Neither team opting for the dragon here, which I think is quite interesting. You look at the comp for BFG, you think they'd want to pick up either this dragon. Well, this should be the second dragon,
jinxed it.
honestly. Nah, it's good.
It should be.
Should be this first still.
We should be looking towards second, but just aware that obviously taking those grubs on the top side, good time for Cam to go try play on, make a play on bot side.
Look at this running down in the top lane. Banderas does have the mega rusty sniper, just steps too far forwards, doesn't respect it, ends up falling.
Didn't even get the chance to say anything over that one. You just looked up for half a second, and suddenly Banderas getting an ult straight onto Rusty's small dirt and just blowing it up. Nothing to say or do, it just kind of happened. Just look away, it's dead.
See here, teleport up to the top side by Cho'Gath. Invade here by Camel. Does once again have that priority in mid lane. Morgana finding those permanent shoves. Will stay away the Grom. Will threaten up onto Sarah as well too. Oh, I thought
Nothing to do really.
looking to claim.
Oh, I say that. They do have a slight crash here, so look at that. They're already forcing Leo to back away. Nothing they can do because they know exactly where Camel and Doug are. They have to escape here, otherwise risking a really dangerous dive.
And the teleport advantage there for 4-4, just a couple of seconds earlier. Usually first reset is bad, but getting that TP back means they can come back to the lane with full health and look to score Volibear out the jungle. Finding lands in the mid lane. Morgana popping that ult.
Just gonna go straight on in. So much damage from the burn, the Blackfire Torch. That's everything you need at Morgana. You've got one item, your full build. Just gonna melt through Lofty's health bar, and it's 6-1 for the side of Bitfix here.
Oof.
It's not a good early game. I mean, we were saying earlier they don't have a best early game, Leo, but this is a bit ridiculous. I say that. Bandera's already forcing the ult, but the Cataclysm from Cast straight on top.
Meanwhile, the
Even though
dive
you
on the
go
bot
in, there's
side.
nothing happening, but bot side do see Rusty manage to pick up a kill, but the ulti coming back from Camel, disable that turret, get that trade off.
And look at the wave that Rusty Sniper is losing. Massive amount of gold. Successful dive on the bot side. Cross-map play there. Very nicely done by Bitfix.
Good timing on it. It's just really nicely timed for the side of Bitfix, aware that they're going to lose out on Banderas on the top side. Immediately, let's make a play down towards Rusty and Don, and that's exactly what we're seeing from them. Good positioning, good awareness.
We see here resets coming through. Doug looking to get vision down for this Rift Herald spawn. Should be happening shortly. Second dragon still up. Neither team been able to stack. We look Ho-Ho looking for an engage in the mid lane. Finding flashed away from.
Already forcing the flash out from Lofty. That's not exactly what you want to be seeing with this. Well, there's nothing to fight over for another 2 minutes at the very least, but does risk another potential dive. We've seen them before from Camel.
And Ho
Lofty.
has been...
Really so good right now.
There's someone called Rusty Sniper in this game, but I think Ho has been a real sniper with these...
Certainly feels it, but we say sniping. Thug comes through with that knock-up. Good timing on that blast cone for Rusty. Gets a good disengage, knocking away Camel and Thug, but still, you can see the aggression coming through from Bitfix.
Yeah,
And Leo hasn't been able to find an answer yet.
Yeah, interesting to see no ultimates from either side available in that fight. Just fighting for the love of the game, baby.
Now, do you see a rocket belt picked up for Furby's Cho'Gath, which we saw that a few days ago for Akers, but I just think I will never get over the fact that people are building rocket belt. Here you go, is exactly what I was saying. Without that flash, Lofty's a sitting duck, can't even press into this wave yet.
Yeah, losing out on the priority means, I mean, Camel didn't get that raptor camp, but you can just walk into the jungle, get your vision down, look for the invade, steal a couple of camps. Numbers advantage here. Morgana arriving a massive dark binding.
Perfect timing, and then that's just it. Lofty immediately falling, Camel somehow finding the pick off with that thunder strike there. The cast trying to go in, can't quite catch Thug. Does get ulted on top of by Camel, looking to go for a stun on towards Don. Gets the flash away, looking for more. Can't quite get it as the rocket belt coming through. Furby escaping, but here's Rusty Sniper on the back. Takes care of Thug. No damage though, there's no engage coming through. The stun, the knock-up, the everything coming down. The ulti coming through from Banderas as well. And it's 2 down, make that another one. And that's a clean ace coming through, only losing out on Thug.
And that's the vision advantage,
And
baby.
what do you want me to say?
Able to find
That
Lofty.
Bitfix.
Didn't even need Bunny Beast in that fight. But yeah, massive dark binding once again from Ho. Okay, I didn't respect necessarily. I didn't understand the Morgana.
We don't respect the Morgana dream, but obviously is doing something. It's just too threatening right now.
Yeah. Looking up towards the top side, wave being pushed in. Meanwhile, Dragon spawning up in 3 seconds, vision being cleared. Worth noting, both supports have come out of base with a full selection of wards. But Thug here in a bit of enemy territory, trying to clear out some Rakan, who will be able to get away. Collapse them by Lofty.
Oh, you say that. A little bit of a tricky situation. Gets knocked back by that dragon pressure, but it's a Rakan. Bunny Beast just walks over, right? Let's get you out with your shield. Immediately, it's going to walk away, and then let's re-engage potential. They do have that grand entrance and ultimate for Rakan. There we go, catches it on 2 cast.
Yeah, I don't know about
Back away, I say that though. Dead cast just caught out. Nothing he can do in this position. So much aggression here for the side of Bitfix, and there's no answer. Leo just having to sit here and let it happen.
Avi, are you familiar with the expression cinema gaming? It's like you go to an objective, you rock up, you watch it go down, you don't fight, but you want to be in the area just in case, just to be included, and you get engaged on and die afterwards. It's exactly what happened to Leo there. They don't seem to recognize that they can't walk up like that, especially not versus this Volibear, versus this Rakan, which have such extended range on their engage. And they end up giving an extra life away for no reason and finding nothing on the cross map. Hell, Herald was spawning up. Could have gone 1-for-1 on that. Sure, you wanted to deny the soul stacking from BFG, but they're 5 minutes behind. And just fall further and further away from being able to scale up Rusty Sniper into this game.
Yeah. It's just not a good position for them. You can just see they're not able to take any positioning at all because of how aggressive Bitfix has been playing. We were saying in draft, yeah, Bitfix do have a great early game, but falling off a little bit. Looking at this Volibear Rakan duo, they're always going to have the engage they need. They're always going to have the team fighting they need. Even if they lose out on power, they're going to be able to get in on fights, and we're not seeing the same from Leo at all.
Very, very dangerous. We do see a bit of a dive brewing on the bot side here. Looking to claim this objective boundary, make a little bit of a dent in that 6,000 gold lead, but Camel is here.
Yep, does manage to take this tower, but obviously, here you go. Camel just going to jump on in. We didn't even need the ult, but just using it to guarantee a kill onto Lofty, and you get the tower, but immediately you're losing so much ground getting a pick off. what do you want me to say? This is not good for them right now.
Well, it is nice to put a little bit of a dent in that gold lead for Bitfix, but honestly, bot turret isn't going to be able to get you vision in your opponent's jungle. Isn't going to be able to secure those routes to objectives, which you have to fight in about 7 minutes. Your last fight, if you are Leo, and I think it's much better to just let Smolder catch as many waves as possible. Way severely put behind by this Morgana, really going to struggle until they get that second, third item complete, and it just seems like Cast and Dom Pong looking for picks on the side. They do manage to pick up an objective bounty. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. It was sorry. Bunnybeast picked up that turret in the mid lane, looking to rotate to the top lane as well.
Yeah, there's just nothing. There's no one here on this top side. Turret is going to go straight over to Bitfix. They have all the pressure they need, even if they don't have the wave. They've got it. There's so much help. Drop to Herald as well. Might as well go and take a tier 2 on top side as well.
Maybe a collapse on the mid lane here. Banderas on the flank.
Trying to look. Banderas looking. Doesn't quite have that Mega Nard just yet.
But that
gives the opportunity, but the flash forward. Ho catches out Rusty Sniper Smolder. Exhaust popped Leo. They take another. They can't even take that mid tower. They tried, and then perfectly timed on that TP flash from Ho-Ho's Morgana.
No.
Here you go. Camel just going to go straight on to Don Tonk again. And they're just bullying Leo right now. Can't quite hit the ulti.
It feels like
looking.
Leo are just standing where they cannot stand. You're the 1 versus 2. You know they're in your base. They know they're flanking them. You have no vision. You have to give up that turret. Maybe you feel like you can't. Maybe you just start the game.
It's just a mess. I say that though. Camel, ooh, he does get caught out by this turret. It's a little bit too much CC coming through from this Cho'Gath. That's a good pick, but honestly, Cho'Gath of all things, that's not money in the pockets where you want it to be, but you'll take what you can get.
Okay, I'd start talking about disrespectful positioning, and then Bitfix do the most disrespectful position I've seen in my entire life. It's fine. It's fine. No, but genuinely, you watch throughout this game, Leo walking up, pushing for that bot turret when you don't have vision. They're not doing their homework. They're not getting their waves. I mean, I know it's difficult when you're so far behind. Corki, 2.5 items at this point in the game to Smolder's 1.5. Mid lane, a full item ahead here for Ho over Lofty.
Yeah. It's looking rough for the side of Leo, and you have to wonder, even if they do get this Cho'Gath Smolder into late, even away, say, can they even make anything of it? I'm not so sure.
Well, they don't have much time to get them into that late. Approximately 5.5 minutes. The next dragon is spawning up. Soul Point cast not anywhere in the area to contest. I don't think you could look for a cross-map play onto Atakan here. No. You have to miss a call, but you've had the vision to notice this. Just total vision control on the spot side here for Bitfix Gaming. And with that, they know they can go and look for the Atakan. Has been started up by Leo. Team matching up. Nah, about to go mega. This was disaster. No AD carry, no mid laner.
No. This is what you want to see from Leo, though. They cannot take this Drake. They know that Bitfix have the position. Might as well try and make an Ascan play, but here you go. Banderas going off the top side, immediately gets the ulti off onto Cast, taking a follow-up Bunny Beast onto Don, and you see the play falling apart.
I know,
They had the cross map, but didn't have the timing for it, and they lose out on Ascan. They lose out on that third Drake. And Leo are falling apart at the seams. There's just nothing left.
You say they had the cross map. They didn't have either of their carries damage hitting that Atakan until it was already interrupted.
They had the idea to cross map at the very least.
So you're saying they didn't have a cross map, they had the concept of a cross map?
Well, they tried to make it work. They just didn't. How's that?
Maybe. That could kind of be how you could describe Leo this entire game. They really tried to scale in. I respect the pick for Rusty Sniper here. Not able to perform on the small that you'd normally expect. Jarvan.
No.
Bullied out by Volleybag. Camel putting on an absolute stonker of a game here.
Yeah, I mean, 8, 1, and 5. Everywhere you need this Volleybag, it's just there. I mean, you've seen top side players, you've seen bot side dives, you've seen mid lane dive, every objective and cast trying to go in on this, but there's no one. They have 4, but they're still going to lose out on this. They do get the stun off onto cast, but here you go, ulti onto Camel, picked up again by Fabi, not where you want this shutdown going. But
look who's here, it's Corki.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Corki's here on the back line. They do catch the root onto Don and Ho. Just going to pop the ult to style on him, basically.
Oh,
and
no,
there's nothing here. Oh, Cast, don't. Okay, not dying to Krugs at least, but that's. Oh, they got the pick onto Camel, but
I mean, just
you
sending
invested
5
everything
members.
to get it.
5 members after 2. That's
Oh,
what you're doing with your time
Doug.
with tempo. Doug.
Go on. Oh.
Hashtag Doug Life.
Oh.
We see Corky approaching. Yeah,
Yeah,
Cast not
but-
long for this one.
No, you have to try and get out if you can. You can't even execute anymore because you're taking that pressure from this Rakan, trying to slow down as much as possible for Bunny Beast to catch up, but doesn't manage to get out. Using movement speed, trying to get out as much as possible. He's still going after the blue. Can't quite get that knock up with the ground entrance, but Cast still not in a good spot. Dodging, actually, smooth move, but the ground entrance again coming through. And Cast just staggering himself out a little bit. So messy. You like the idea, but at that point, just execute. Honestly, you're staggering yourself out and getting another kill onto this Corky. I don't even know what the idea is for Leo at this point.
Well, I think the idea is play your game. 22 and 6, soul point, 2 minutes coming. Not the best situation to be in. Now, I'd normally want to say, this is how they get back into the game, the scale it, but
Nope. Nope.
Where are you scaling?
Nope, Lofty's dead. Lofty's dead. Like, we can't even finish a sentence before they found yet another kill. They're finding a kill a minute, Bitfix, and what do you want me to say? It's just scrappy. There's no coordination, it feels like at times. There's no engage. There's no potential for scaling when you're all trying to scale in the same lane. Like, what are you trying to do, Leo? It's not exactly... There's no pressure. You can't make pushes. You can't engage. You don't really have the team comp to make any fights happen, especially when you've lost out on all these early game opportunities.
yeah, I mean, it's about weathering the early game, and I don't think they did that at all. Tempo just too far ahead, almost a kill a minute here for Big Smolder. 230 stacks will have the execute for the next fight, funny enough, but I'm not sure how much
the saving
it'll matter.
grace. They 2 items, has the execute available, but
Smolder
It's that-
execute to matter. You have to get the enemy to
start
low
to have that
health
damage.
in the first place,
No.
and I kind of
Do have
doubt
that
they're
as the
gonna
grand
have
entrance
that.
going to come through.
Also-
Bandera's popping that ulti, trying to catch out, but Damage just about managing to back away for now. I say that Cast again, a little bit too far forward as Camel coming on in, has this ulti, does get feared away.
See an
Gonna keep on
overextension.
running in. You can see them overextending slightly. Bitfix walking so far forward, blinking health bars on too though, but they catch out Don, and that's just gonna be the karma popped immediately. Oh, it's not looking good for Leo. They don't have the engage. They barely have the disengage. They just about managed to escape there, but can you make anything happen off of it? Oof. It's Lofty almost getting caught again. You can see too much aggression coming through, but Rusty actually, they go over the wall, take care of Doug. That's a good start. This gets them a little bit more pressure, but is it enough? Have
I don't think it
Bitfix gone
is.
a little bit too forward, but you see them trying to re-engage on towards Furby as they're finding, I don't know what it's called, the Morgana Q misses onto Furby, and they do manage to take care of it, but there's nothing. They don't have the fight. Bitfix Gaming just gonna go in. Camel finds 2, make that another for Banderas as well, and it's a clean soul. They stayed in here, they stuck it out, and Bitfix just dominated this game start to finish to take soul at 26.
Yeah, I discussed. Remember, they didn't get the first dragon for 5 minutes, right? So
No.
they have just been
That's
on,
ridiculous timing as well.
on schedule as
Look at
much as they can. Baron now up.
Cast dead for another 20. They
Yeah.
have this opportunity.
Baron is up. Ruby stars up. No vision, no hopes of contest here. And I think it's just been one long sinking ship here for Leo. Sort of like when the Titanic hits the iceberg, you hear there's a rupture in the decks, you slowly see it tip up, pull down, down and down, and I think the crest of the bow has just crossed underneath the waterline. Baron here, I expect to see a game-winning push coming out from Bitfix. I don't even
You have
know
to.
if a game-winning flank is, game-winning. Some sort of miracle play here. You find the Cataclysm onto both carries, Corky Down and Stash. I still feel like you just get run over by this Volibear, run over by this, Nah.
Yeah,
It's almost impossible.
that's the issue, isn't it?
You can't even place
mean,
your range, it just gets waded through.
No, you don't have it. You don't have that range when they can just afford to dive straight on top of you. You cannot play around your massively increased range when they're just going to jump on you. You cannot play for engage when you can't engage on them. They're playing so aggressively. There's just no opportunity. There's no position to walk forwards when they can just afford to sit out and poke. Look at that. They catch the Rue onto Don again. And that's just going to be it. Karma's popped immediately. By one here, they try and go for re-engage, but there's nothing.
Yeah, we see Jarvan here cutting the wave in the mid lane. Not going to be able to be too successful. Turret dead in the base.
Banderas. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say anything because it feels like if I just try and say something, we're just going to see another kill. I mean, look at that. Banderas using the own Cataclysm just to immediately find that stun off with that Mega Gnar ultimate. And what do you want me to say here? 15,000 gold ahead. Bitfix Gaming, complete domination. So looking for this second inhibitor.
It's last hope here for Leo to find something. Your cooldowns are up on everyone except your dead Jarvan. The same can be said for Bitfix. Gnar still available, Quickness still available. I expect to see Volibear jump in. Stormbringer comes off cooldown. Black Dark Binding just going short, but Turret will pull. This is 3 inhibitors down. This is surely game. Bitfix, can you find the end?
That damage coming through from Bunny Beast. Corki's just pumping damage straight into Rusty's Smolder, and there's nothing to do. Ulti catches onto Furby to stun away that tank. Can't quite find anything else. They do have to back away. There's a lot of damage now coming through from this 2-item way, but they don't have the potential for it. They do get a little bit of healing. Pop through from the Redemption, but they don't really have the engage. But Cast jumps in on the backline, and that's going to be it. They've overextended a little bit too much. Bitfix Gaming just going to go straight on in, dominate the side of Leo, take themselves 2 and 3. And what is there to say? They've not been looking good. Leo didn't have anything, but Bitfix had everything in that game.
They most certainly did. They had every kill. The momentum early on, just unable to be stopped. You had the scaling picks. You had the devastating Quay Smolder combo, but perhaps you need a little bit more of an anchor in that jungle, in that top side. Jarvan not able to find the counter ganks early. Cho'Gath getting a
I know I don't remember everything. My passenger, you take away my sleep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're both UK natives, big fans. Well, we're both on UKL Four Nations, so big fans of Venom Crest. But I was saying to you just a second ago, I will always take an opportunity to talk about Venom Crest. But I mean, obviously there's a lot to say about their opponents as well. So
There is a lot to say about their opponents as well. B2U, I think they're originally called Bard 2U Merkel. Such a strong player, Lord, as well. I believe this is the second seed, despite the fact that they run every single tournament. Coming out to... Oh, I'm kicking myself, can't remember the region.
let me
Just
quickly
ahead
find out
on
for you.
games 1-1, which is kind of Smile XD.
I believe
Venom
it's
Crest.
Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden. I believe Venom Crest still have a chance of making it through. This game's not completely pointless. B2U
They
are
do.
locked first. It's going to be an
Yes,
uphill
so-
battle for these Venom Crest boys. Obviously not the same roster we saw in... not really the same roster that qualifies this RPS. They did one... no, they didn't even need to win the matches last split. They did win some, of course. Went a bit of a lower bracket run as well. Some strong names as well. You got Venom Crest, Phrase, Ketzel, Chrisberg, and Matthew.
Yeah, but I think, we were saying this many a time on the Four Nations stream, they can be great, but we've not seen the standout plays that we saw earlier in the season when they had their old roster, who've now been promoted to main division. So
And honestly,
it makes sense. I respect it, but they have a real uphill battle to make here. Like, it's not going to look good for them, but they have been respectable lately.
Yeah, as we are going to head into draft as soon as I hit the button. Let's go. Cast
You should
start
hit the
again.
button.
I've hit the button!
You should
I've
hit
hit the
the button.
button! I've messed up the rosters! Hold on,
Perfect.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm doing my job. There we go. Right as we want to see it.
This is why we normally have production team
Yeah,
and then
it's
a casting
crazy.
team, not a production and casting team. But no, we are in draft now. With some interesting bands to get us started off. Zed and Shaco not typically taken away these days.
But if you'd seen Nord in their previous games, you would be taking away the Shaco. Absolutely
That's the
disgusting
issue, isn't it?
performance coming from BTU. I think Guver's also pretty strong on this Gwen. We see Ketsuo's Zed banned out. Velencrest might have lost to 4-off roll yesterday. We don't need to talk about it. But the upside from that game is that Velencrest had an absolute barn burner, specifically Ketsuo in the mid lane on that Zed. So not surprised to see it taken off the board. Draven banned out. Corki banned out. Finally, that ADC is gone. But I'm still seeing way up and available. We're going to have to see if it's first picked away for Ketsuo here by Velencrest or a Bard to you. Want to go
For now, it does
blue
seem
1-2,
just-
red 1-2.
It just very much seems like comfort picks taking away for now, which makes a lot of sense. I respect that it is, but also we do see a lot of these consistent meta threats still up and available. You mentioned the Hui, it's not always top tier, but it's always in the meta as a viable option, and it's not the safest B1, but I would rate it. Gragas picked up though. That's obviously, I'm going to assume it's going towards Refresh, but we've seen it before. We could see this go towards anyone for Venom Crest, anyone except Chrisberg, say, but it's a Gragas. That pick can go almost anywhere these days.
We have a 3-minute delay, so I'm not leaking info to the enemy here. But I have known Refresh for many, many years. He's not much of a Gragas player from the time that I've known him. When he looks towards the tank, he looks towards these Cassantes, he looks towards these Scions. Gragas obviously can play a neutralizer lane, but I expect you'll see something a little bit funky, especially with it being picked up on the blue one.
Yeah.
Diego locked in here for Nord. Had such
Very flashy.
had such a strong performance over the entirety of this RPS. Varus as well, something that's dropped out of the meta a little bit, but this champion is still strong and flexible.
I think we've seen the power of on-hit Varus. We've seen the power of lethality poke Varus. It's just a consistent pick that does everything you want a character to do. On the opposite end of that spectrum, we're seeing a Kiana.
Oh my lord, it's a Scion as well. This Gragas is going into the jungle, baby. All
Listen, it
comfort
could go
for Venom
support.
Crest here, I
It
think.
could go support.
So,
It could.
no,
I'm just pointing it out, but no,
sure,
it is
like,
most likely going towards Phrase here.
I think Kiana is one of the most disgusting solo queue champions in the entire
Bomba.
game. If you're like, hey, you need to 1v9 on a champion, on a melee mid, if you're playing Smurfer in XXX,
It's
low-
Kiana and Zed,
low ball,
surely.
This is a new lock-in. Oh god,
That's a new lock-in.
They're having a bit of fun with it, baby. It's
You've already qualified. I think if you are B2U here, it just makes a lot of sense. You can afford to have a little bit of fun with it, try a few things out. What's interesting, though, is that we could be potentially seeing Lane Viego. I want to point that one
baby.
out as an option.
Lane Viego is one of my pocket picks. Actually, it's quite funny.
That doesn't
So,
surprise me, and I don't know why.
There
That
was-
seems
oh.
like something I could see.
Oh, there was a great game I remember back in the day. Sorry to bring up old memories. I played Lane Viego a couple of times. Quite strong into these melee matchups. I can imagine having a good time into Kiana. Also quite strong into Tristana, apparently. I remember I was playing against a pretty good Tristana in a scrim once and got better than on Lane Viego. Might have just been me. But no, should be strong into these melee mids. Also, does have that percent health shred, inbuilt blade, obviously.
That it does.
Could
So,
be good top
really
lane.
nice
Is going to be
matchup
heading
there.
towards that top lane, actually.
Ooh, most likely, as we do see Forceland going for the Mel, which, I mean, it's a Mel. Everyone likes Mel, except no one likes Mel. Mel is a horrible champion to play against, but consistent poke, consistent shred. Really nice matchup. But I'm not sure it's as strong into this Kiana if you can get on top of this Mel. I know that I'm, bronze, silver, but the amount of times I've seen Mel support, like, it's just putting it out there. It's an option, but Chris Berg opting for the Aphelios. We've seen a lot of this recently. Aphelios coming back into the meta a little bit, but it's just a really nice threat here, but can they really combine it? What are the play options here for Venom Crest?
Well, I'd like to see maybe everyone else picked up here. Alistair likely to be taking these pitched fights as well. Lulu going to be the option
Okay.
instead, a little bit of Enchanter. The rest
You
of
know
the team
what? I don't hate it.
doesn't benefit too much from a Lulu. Normally, you want to see like a Xin Zhao, something like an Olaf, one of these brawly AD junglers. Maybe
Yeah,
Kiana does.
potentially.
Don't see it too much in pro play, but you'd imagine it'd be much more looking for the assassination. But I still think going to be quite strong into the short range Viego, into the short range Nunu, and whatever's going to be picked
Definitely.
up here. The
Ooh.
Pike!
Will be Pike. Yeah, they just want to go full offensive here for B2U. And I love it in a way. I mean, it's messy, it's scrappy, but it looks like a lot of pressure coming out, and I like that a lot.
I'm going to be real.
Don't tell me that it is actually Varus top,
Oh,
though, and
no.
Mel's ADC. It could be.
No, we should have seen this coming. My bad
Like-
for not seeing this coming, actually. Varus top, notorious
it
counter
makes-
into Sion with that ultimate,
is,
so
but-
much percent health true damage coming through from those blighted stack procs. We have one in the UKL who loves to play the
do,
Pioneer. We
but,
had
like-
Kirby. How did we not see this coming?
Because you see the Viego and Mel pick up, and you think, oh, okay, you got an ADC, you've got a mid laner, and you've got someone who can go in whatever lane he wants to. Surely, it's standard. But no, obviously, we're the ones who are stupid and wrong, and that we are going to be seeing potentially a Varus top
I'm gonna be
Mel
honest.
bot, which would be kind of crazy.
I'm not too sure how I feel about this Mel Pike lane. First of
It
all,
sounds really weird.
because a lot of Mel's pretty strong at that level 9 mark, but Pike wants to be getting action going on early. You can confirm the route on the Pike stun. I can see it's being pretty good for that, but not going to be able to provide that much damage early on for the Pike. Also,
No,
there's...
but I feel like Pike's got plenty of damage in of itself. I mean, lethality, Hail of Blades, you're going to be taking so much pressure early.
There's also the fact that both of these champions have an execute, which means they're both going to be jumping on each other's toes a little bit. Well, we'll have to see if they'll jump on each other's toes on the lift as we head in now. Red and Crest on blue, looking to fight for their last chance into the group stage.
Oh,
Pastel
I had a feeling it was
BTU
Phrase,
looking for a bit of fun.
Kiana Jungle. I love this pick so much.
Kiana jungle. I guess we're really just full sending it, huh?
Okay, but like, I adore this pick. Obviously I'm an awful player, but I loved Kiana as a jungler. She's just fun to play in jungle. It's not great. I think Gragas jungle makes a lot more sense, but I really like this as well because I'm just a fan of Kiana in the jungle, and I think Gragas mid is a lot of fun to play as well. If we're actually looking at team compositions, I personally much prefer the look of Venom Crest here, but obviously B2U, the better team on paper at the moment. They've been putting in so much work already qualifying for our playoffs,
I'm gonna be honest.
and they might have a messy team, but it looks strong, and that's the scary thought.
This is the most solo queue draft I've ever seen in competitive play, man. What are we doing?
It is the most solo queue draft I've ever seen, and I say that as someone who spams out solo queue in the depths of low elo. Like, this is... I've seen more coordination out my eye in teammates, which is kind of crazy to say, but I like the fact that they're going for it. It makes it seem really cool to me, and I like this a lot.
You know what? You just got full send it sometimes.
You
By
do.
the way, Refresh already having a bit of a miserable time in this top lane.
It's not going to be fun. I mean, you've already got Guvez, Varus just going to poke everything out. And what can you even do in that situation if you're assigned? You can't afford to walk up, you can't afford to stay back, because Varus is going to get you no matter what.
Did engage here on the bot lane. Hook comes through. Root is down. Chrisberg picking low already. Mel trying to find that execute, but the return damage is
No.
quite strong. Shields and heals available for Lulu's back forward. Not quite enough damage. Not able to get that health picks. The Glitter Lance comes through the auto attack. Sliver of health. Not going to be quite enough. The potion usage there by MKL saving their life.
Matthew Lulu ADC, it certainly feels that way. You flash forwards going in with autos, and
Oh no.
that Q. Pixie doing so much work there. Like, I don't know what to say. What's happening here? Nord just going to be able to take away Fraser's Raptors mostly. Oh, you do take the big one for Fraser getting the stack,
no,
but just going to go
Fraser,
straight on in.
man. You knew he's still here. You can't walk in. Your health bar is so low compared to theirs. Your bot lane doesn't have priority anymore since Lulu has come
Oh,
back.
goodness.
Since MKL could teleport back in. Might be a scuffle around these Krugs.
Certainly looks that way, but I'm going to hit that hook, so keeps him safe for now. That's not Frey's in the worst position imaginable. It's just Frey's in a bit of a difficult one.
This Frey versus Nunu jungle, baby. Steal away the red buff. That's a classic.
Well, I think, given how much I've been talking about Frey's nicely in Four Nations, not quite happy to see this one. Look at that on the top side. There's nothing that Refresh can do. You try and go for the cannon, but you can barely make it in because of the pressure this Varus is putting down.
Yeah, range percent health. Has the ultimate to disengage at the level 6 as well. Not what you want to see.
Look at that. Can't go onto the wave. It's not a good position for this Scion already on single-digit health nearly.
Does have the teleport, thankfully. We'll get back into lane, but Guves does not have to blow their own for quite some time. Oh, charged up, comes through onto Matthew. Damage down, vision revealed. I'm liking these counter trades coming out here from Venom Crest. Knuckle just not in range to hit.
Look at that Aphelios though.
Oh no, but look who it is.
Green
coming
Q
around
is
on the
so much
flank.
pressure.
Nunu with the snowball lands it. Root comes through. Hook is back. First blood is found.
Nunu Gaming just gonna roll on in. Finds so much CC with this Mel Pike. What can be said? It's just ridiculous coming through for B2U.
So,
I don't know what to say because it feels like even though Venom Crest have a really
Oh,
stable
nice
team
hook!
comp here, I can't even finish my
big
sentence.
prediction. Reflection comes
Look
through.
at
The
that.
execute is down. That's a bit doomed, isn't it?
I said it last game. Cannot finish a sentence before we see another falling. B2U just gonna go straight on in onto Chrisberg. And that's a 2-0 Mel within the first 5 minutes of the game, which is perfect for B2U, but not really what you want to be seeing if you are a Venom Crest supporter here.
Forward to stay and not going to connect. Refresh trying admirably to match up with Guves. Obviously,
Let's have that 6 first.
does have the unstoppable onslaught. Level 6 not available for Guves for quite some time.
Oh, a
couple
little
things,
bit
but
too
look who's
far
here.
forward.
It's the Don Jake special Nunu gang coming through. Refresh knows they are going to pull in the mid lane. No solo kill.
Oh,
Matched by the Pike will
actually
end.
say solo, but we see it immediately trades out by Nodu's Pike. Have a quick look at what happened there.
Oh no, does he tank the turret shot? No!
Oh,
That's tragic.
that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. What can be said?
Well, I respect
Just
the road time
unlucky.
coming out from Nodu.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, Ketsuo didn't.
No. Not really, but the fact that you do manage to get a trade out there and the money, the kill gold, not going towards Viego, that does give you a little bit of leeway in this lane, but not quite as much as Ketsuo would like on this Gragas.
Flash forwards, Root comes
Look at
through,
this.
damage coming out. Knuckle going to
Oh.
be just fine. The Eclipse not going to be just fine. I lie. Crisper picks up the kill, gets the shutdown.
Yeah, Frey's just being able to go straight on in. Brutalized really, just too much damage, but that gets Chris back into a really nice position.
Yeah, and it's just Brutalizer plus Dirk combo goes crazy against your low armor Mel. I think Mel has received many armor nerfs over the past few patches.
Thank goodness for
lowest in the
that, she's a
game.
bit of a ridiculous threat.
He is. Speaking of ridiculous threat, Refresh
Oh dear.
under a
Oh
lot
dear.
of threat.
Doesn't
He's
even
a
have that
full
ulti
stack.
to get
Oh,
out.
forcing out the
Oh.
flash. The snow still connects. Will the piercing arrow come through? It will, but it won't be quite enough damage. Looking for more,
Looking
taking
for
that
it.
short path.
Has
Flash
the boots.
forwards. Auto, but no abilities left. Refresh will be just
Guves
fine.
not quite able to close that one out, even though it's only a Bamey Cinder on this Scion. So much health for it. There's not really any damage coming through from this Varus, obviously opting for the boots first, which makes a lot of sense, but does put you into a little bit of an awkward position from there. It's not really, that's not really how you want that matchup going if you're a Varus, but you will just take what you can get.
Hey, I think a 15 CS lead and a solo kill. You're still pretty happy.
You're still pretty happy, but you could be happier.
That's true. You hear praise on the invades.
Oh, does get that smite onto the big chicken.
Oh,
Quite have to catch up. Can't get that root off onto Phrase. See, Ketsuo is looking for it as well, trying to keep his jungler safe.
Collapse
Catch the
perhaps
root, but
here.
there's no real potential to go in here.
Oh no, Ketsuo!
Oh, Ketsuo.
That's not a Fruity Gragas casket if I've ever seen it.
No bomber. No bomber today. Do you see, again, Guve's just going to crash straight on in, but that does actually give Refresh a little bit of an opportunity to try and slow this one down. Dodges that ulti.
Out on
Phrase
the
comes
ult. The
in,
return down
but-
from Guvis is just so big.
Oh.
Phrase is here. Will click the Supreme Desire talent. Nunu rolling in. Body blocked out here by Refresh. But still looking for Phrase. Not quite close enough to find that root under the turret. Nicely done by Guves to find that return kill.
Yeah, I mean, we see Phrase coming in, but just saying no. Ignore that Kiana coming in. I know that she's going to be able to get that kill off. Let's just take care of this Scion. Screw him over as much as possible. And yeah, it worked. Obviously, helped Phrase in that long run eventually being able to tank that Nunu snowball. But it gets your jungler a kill and gets them out. And that's exactly what you want to see.
Looking for the gank, lands up with that
Oh
stun.
dear.
Spear used not for the pullback, not even needed. The execute comes through. Refresh
Yeah.
had a bit of a stinker last series. Looking to, in the counterman shop, to be fair, have a bit of a tough time in this one as well.
It's not going to be looking good for Venom Crest at all now. You've already got that level 6 onto Nodu's Pike, and that's really all you need to do. You have so much explosive damage here, but can you close it out? I say that, but Phrase is already dead again.
Yeah, Phrase had the burst if it was just MKL there, but you know it's not going to be just MKL there. Respect trying to find something on the cross stat, but you're so far behind. 2,000 gold in the hole already. Not looking good.
It's difficult, but they want to try and play aggressive here, going into a little bit of a death brush on bot side.
Moonlight Vigil comes out. No escape
Okay.
for Mikkel. Will end up
Just
falling.
about catching the Mel, but it looked a little bit scrappy there. To pop not only that Moonlight Vigil, but
Nunu rolling in, the
The
pullback in to
Oh,
the
dear.
Aphelios, the combo with the snowball, a possession for Viego, another kill to BT.
yeah, you could see Matthew was perfectly aware of this potential, but Chrisbag saying, nah, we'll go for wave, and suddenly Avengers assembles, taking care of business, and too far forwards, gets punished for it.
No.
Oh, Ketsuo. Oh, Ketsuo. Venom Crest is struggling right now. Nearly 3k gold down, missing out on a lot. They have these aggressive plays, but can't make anything happen off of them purely on the basis of what can they do? B2U just have everything they need, and they're forcing a lot of silly mistakes potentially from Venom Crest, overextending that little bit too much, staying too late.
Oh
And then,
my lord.
oh, look at that. Oh dear. They're already forcing it with the flash forwards.
The piercing arrow.
Guvez. Oh god, it's just a slaughter at this point. Which is crazy to say because there's still not that much of a gold lead, only 2,500 for the side of B2U, but they're just making better use of it.
I mean, they certainly are. They're in the right place at the right time. Venom Crest just seems lost. Ketsuo now forced into enemy territory. They got the push from the bot side. We'll have the first
What's
move,
he
but it's
doing
a
in it?
numbers advantage here for B2U. Phrase joining up. Teleport not available
Say
for
that.
either
They
top
are
laner.
looking. They're always grouped up here, which gives B2 the opportunity. Okay, we know exactly where they are. We can afford to just back away and try and take as much as gold as they can. If they're going to play aggressive, trying to group up for a fight, we can afford to ignore them for this little bit and then go in for a re-engage, which is exactly what we're seeing onto Matthew here.
Found it onto Matthew. Moonlight Vigil comes out. Flash forward. Infernum from Chrisberg. Not quite the same amount of damage as in the finals, though. Flash blown.
Not
Looking
quite.
for something aggressive, but no re-engage there. A little bit too fast on the trigger finger there for Venom Crest.
It was a really nice engage here, but there's just nothing to make of it. Oh,
Chrisberg, the brute as well. The stun comes through. She claims to say talent, though. Turns one back. This Aphelios Gong combination so strong, but not quite enough to survive. Phrase flash forward, finds another kill. Looking for more. Forthland on the flank, gets the possession. Ketsuo's in the area, but now has to watch out for themselves. The dive forwards, heartbroken, stun up, looking for more. Still available for Forsen to follow. This has that Kraken Slayer as well. Dives in, finds the slow, finds the stun. The cask will allow them to escape, but only with a sliver of health.
I think that's just testament to the power of B2U's comp. They're playing very solo queue, as we said, but... Ooh, can't even finish a sentence. We're already seeing a bit of fight over on this top side.
man.
Goofus missing the ulti as well.
Looking for
Not
the hook.
really what you want to see. Just to go back very quickly to what I was saying, Venom Crest have the power. Obviously, Crispberg going forward, catching so many of B2U's backline with that Infernum Moonlight Vigil. But that's about it. Oh. Okay.
A little bit of a catch up on the top side there.
Don't know what happened. All I can say, assassin moment, you can afford to just walk up and take a pick on your ADC. So even when you're playing a very, well, playing on top side, you're still an ADC, you're still going to get melted.
Gank over the wall, hook comes through. They cleared out, Peto will be surviving on this dive. We're on the bot lane, bit of a
now,
battle
though.
going on. Nunu in the area. Crispberg, maybe a bit of shining light for the Venom Crest roster in this game. Seen some good plays out of Phrase as well. But still, 1.7 K gold lead behind Mel. Just about to hit her first big power spike with this item. Guved maybe called out refresh with the teleport.
Still trying to catch out Refresh here. But just too tanky. He's built into health and magic resist. And still, there's no pressure for Guvez. He can't exactly just can't auto him, even though you have that Guinsoo's, you don't have the damage to make anything happen off of it. You're just going to be able to get poke without exactly securing a kill, so it does work, but it isn't really anything special for this Varus just yet. As soon as you pick up that second item, we're going to see health bars melted again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Varus' damage is AP until the second item comes through from the on-hit build, especially against these health stacking targets. Speaking of stacking health, looking to stack up some kills, though. Nodu finds the root, finds the stun from Mikkel. Redemption. Oh, ultimate comes out, the Radiant Dawn finds its mark.
Doesn't matter, you can see redemption from Matthew trying to save his mid laner, but just not doing. Unfortunate for Venom Crest, but it's not over for them yet. There might be a 6-2-1 Mel, but you're only, what, 2k gold down? There's still possible outcomes.
I know, I think they're losing out so much on the map as well. Turret's gonna
They
pull
are.
up in the top lane as well. Nodu here looking for the dive.
Yeah,
Push forwards,
there
low
you go.
by Fellows. The stun comes out. There goes the piercing arrow. There picks up the kill. Nord will survive as well. Teleports coming through. MKL, Ord out, will find the route. Dashing forwards
Go
though.
on.
Phrase obviously so experienced on this Kiana, looking for more. Escape into the Herald. Look for the re-engages as well. Give it still lives on a sliver of health. Flash forward so Refresh will find that kill. And it's a good fight for Venom Crest on the side. Eventually Nodu will find their way out. Same can't be said for Nord. Double kill over to the jungler.
That's what you want to see. I said it earlier, there are the options for Venom Crest, and despite the frankly ridiculous plays for B2U, ridiculous in the sense that what are they doing? It shouldn't work. They just about come up. Phrase so much damage with that Profane Hydra.
Nodu not
Oh,
going
it's
for
going
this
back
well. Flash away from Phrase. Will pick up the kill under the turret.
in. Look at that. The cast coming in, Ketsuo sets up Phrase nicely, and then what can you do in that position? I mean, they are quite far behind in terms of map control, objective control, but they do still have so much damage and team coordination here, which is kind of the only way they can really come back into this. They have to try and take what advantage they can, and we're just about seeing that here.
Yeah, you really have to push every lead you can possibly find. Currently, the lead resides in your jungle. Phrase will be falling off of an effectiveness as the game goes on, but it is worth noting the only sort of anchor here for B2U is this Nunu in the jungle and maybe the fast EC from Chains of Corruption coming up from Guvez. But Kiana has the mobility tools, has the evasiveness to get away from those, and if she can, she's probably going to run rampant in this backline of squishies.
I mean, it's not a tanky composition for B2U, is it? They've got a Nunu, who's currently only item is Leandri's, so there's so much potential for this Kiana to run rampant in this match. but it's just a case of getting her in there. How do you get into those fights? What are you doing outside of that Kiana? It's all well and good being able to take those fights, take those pressure on the backline.
Oh
But
no,
where's
there's
the
a
engage?
massive snipe onto Nodu. Finding Eclipse, not find the kill.
I can't finish a sentence before they just start fighting again. And I think we were saying, I was saying literally just a second ago, where's the other pressure? It's Chrisberg. They have to get Chrisberg.
Nice collapse here
with
onto Gubez,
Ketsuo.
but the casket doesn't knock them far enough over the wall. The root will still land. Chrisberg will still pick up the kill. Gubez walking forwards where they don't have vision. And now refresh collapse onto Forceland. Not got the blade. Gone for this squishy of Viego build. Pike is in the area to support, but look who's on the way. It's the whole gang squad. Zion in the backline. Lancer slow onto 3. We'll find the knockup. We'll find the kill even onto Nodu. And the rest of B2U forced away, limping. This undefeated squad looking not so invincible against the might of Venomcrest.
I just want to point this one out. Every single time we have a UKL Four Nations recap show, I'm always there to give Freeze all the credit he deserves, and we're seeing that yet again today. I was a bit skeptical of the Kiana jungle. Obviously, I'm a big fan of it, but it's not in the strongest position right now. But look at that, 7-2-2. Every fight you need to that jungler. Freeze is there.
Yeah,
And
not...
yeah, I don't know what to say because Chrisbag is there to try and do the damage, but Fraze is just putting in work today.
Certainly has been 7-2 and 2. 3,000 gold lead over the Nunu. I think when you pick Nunu, you're supposed to make the enemy a jungler as useless as you are, and I think Nord has failed on that front. Not looking so confident on the champion. Has managed to get some stuff going in the lane, of course. Was pretty vital to these early leads for Gubez in the top lane, but Gubez really struggling to play this one out. And now
It's all
Nord.
well good getting those early leads, but can you make anything happen off of that? And at the moment, we're not seeing that. We had a 6-2-1 Mel, and now we see a 6-3-1 Mel. She's not done anything because there's been no position for it.
So here on to refresh catch, but you can't find any sort of damage here. Too tanky and refresh against anyone but Gubez. Gonna have a pretty good line. Ketsuo fishing for that casket.
Chrisberg.
Lord fishing for the snowball. Will connect, but there's no follow-up. And here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Nunu gets charged down, forced the flash away. Chains of Corruption gonna buy a little bit more time. The flash body cast goes insane. Ketsuo finds the top laner for B2U, and with that peg they should be able to move on to no objective. I thought they'd be moving on to the dragon. I didn't think they'd be fighting for no reason, but I guess that's what I
There you go.
get in a game like this.
You just get a scrappy mess of a fight.
We'll
And
find
now
the Atakan.
they have the opportunity for Atakan. I mean, we were, I think we were rightly critical of Ketsuo towards the start of this game, but look at him now, getting the engages, going in, getting the casks off as they take this Atakan. But B2U coming back in for a little bit of a re-engage.
Don't have your
Before
cooldowns,
Lucky just saying,
Venomcrest.
it's not worth it.
Be careful.
You have to. You've seen how threatening Venomcrest have been in those last few fights. The early pressure B2U had is completely dissipated.
In for the
And
re-engage.
it's not
though.
as good here.
Not with the team. Nord very much alone. Only catches onto refresh, so a little bit careful.
Doesn't get the
here.
root. Has 3 with him, but there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. Looking for a hook, Nodu. But what can you make of it? You might be able to catch a hook, but the team isn't following you in.
Yeah, and
It does seem a little bit discommunicated for B2U here, and you can see a little bit of mental boom beginning here after that. Frankly, fantastic early. Kind of snowballing away now.
gold lead cut to only 1,000, and the gold is on who you need it to be on for the side of Venomcrest. It's on your assassin jungler.
Yeah.
You got a gold lead in the bot lanes on the carry. Your Gragas is a little bit behind the Viego. Doesn't really matter. Gragas is going to provide value no matter what. Has got the 2 items complete. That's most of what you need in a top lane. Gubez, especially without this sort of lane pressure on the side, really struggling in these fights. The collapse here from Venomcrest been very, very good as well. Been where they need to be.
It's just incredible. I don't know what else is to say. You have to give him full credit for coming back into this. It was not looking good for Venomcrest at all. But they found the engages they need. Ketsuo, you don't expect the mid lane normally to be the one initiating fights, but that's exactly what we're seeing. Ketsuo just going in and making it work. And even if, can't make anything happen off that one. The pressure of that alone that gives Refresh the opportunity to go in. That gives Phrase the opportunity to just snowball fights. And yeah, it's working out for them so far. I really want to see more from them here because it's just incredible comeback. And sure, B2U have a lead here. Gold, towers, objectives, but you can see the signs. It's not going to last for long. They have to find a fight. They have to find so many more objectives here. But they just can't do so just yet.
That's something Kazuo, I'm not going to find them. But I think a lot of these fights for Venomcrest are going to come down to Kiana and her positioning. Obviously, has got the gold lead, the majority of the front of it for Venomcrest. But there's also could still run very rampant through BTU's backline, right?
Yeah.
Keep position well, find those supremely fair talents, appropriate positions. I think there's a lot you can do, but the cross map is giving up this top lane tier 2 turret. Lots of times commits some stops, Refresh sent to defend the rest of Venomcrest, pushing him in the mid lane.
Oh, this
but
is
I don't know
a little
if
bit
it's good timing.
too far forward for Venomcrest. I mean, taking mid lane turret, all well and good, but you've lost your top lane inhibitor already.
Worth
This
knowing.
is not what you want to see, and they've gotten away scot-free.
They will give up this dragon, but it's only a second dragon move for Venomcrest. They won't. They're denying soul point, but they're not denying soul. I don't think this trade was worth it. Respect
Not
for
for your
BTU
inhib,
for
no.
realizing where they can force and realizing they have to get a little bit punk with the macro in this game. So look for a re-engage or onto Refresh. You should realize there's not going to be a good match coming through. Refresh is going to get stunned up, going to get taken down here, surely.
Oh dear.
Going to clear out the way, fortunately though. Going to stop that push in his track. BTU with a re-pick on the sides. That's what you've done with your tempo. Have to take the
They found
reset
it.
soon.
BTU found the angle they wanted. And if they're able to take top inhib and a kill,
They're just going
What, you
around
lost in
picking.
that
They're playing the
situation?
gang squad. Looking for something
They're
now
just
on
gonna go again.
Chrisberg. Knock up.
can't
Just
quite
short.
find it, but they found their win condition here. Sure, damage though. Phrase belts through Nodu, but they found their win condition. It's purely going in and taking position on cross maps.
With the man advantage here, starting up with Baron. No more of that anchor. Knocks
Baron.
the AD carry top laner back into Kuvez. Real life Vigil would not connect, but they're forced off the Baron. Smite taken away by Nunu. Small victory there for Nord, but you lose 3 from Baron only on 2 members.
It's a Baron nonetheless. That's gold in your pockets. And that's nearly 3k again for B2U. They haven't really lost out on all too much
But they're gonna lose
because
out
of
now.
how they've been able to play these cross maps, and it's just fantastic positioning from them. They are losing out in a lot of these team fights, as we've just seen, but their
Losing
positioning and team fight and coordination in cross maps is keeping them in this game for now.
10 seconds till Kuvez is not potentially re-engage here, but you don't have the engage to it, right? So it's like a mouth right here. Can potentially force this fight, but Chrisberg, Refresh, Matthew able to walk away. Cancel it, found their way onto the backline. The hook in the Scion, that's not who you want to be dragging forward. And any sort of engagement
Not really.
you can make here is just going to get stifled. Nunu.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
moving in.
Oh, hello.
Refresh. Get down, Mr. President. Maybe get a 5 on the backside. Unstoppable onslaught will get them
Yeah.
out to safety, and that's all the gas in your tank here for B2U. Oh my lord, lethality of Felios.
I don't know what else to say. I don't know what there is to say because we're just seeing everything working for B2U. We have the positioning, they've got the cross maps, they have everything they need, but their team fights, they don't exist. They haven't been able to win a team fight. They're relying on catching people out of position, but they can't even do that when Fraser's gonna obliterate Nodu's pike like that.
Yeah.
Just gonna go straight on in. Smax him dead.
It's getting pretty close consideration, right?
Why? This is ridiculous play. Sure, B2U have leads in every regard, but does it even matter when you can't fight? When you cannot take pressure because of the fights that you're just losing out on almost every single time?
Looking for something here on to Refresh. Will land on the roof. Gains of options still available. Fire and pick off in the third lane. This is kind of a common thing for Refresh. It's getting to the center. Lock. We saw B2U almost get the Baron off it last time. Does still have that Baron way to push in, and you've lost your reliable engage here for Venomcrest.
You have, but can they make anything of it? They will most likely be able to take this bot to tier 2, but do see Venomcrest trying to come back into this 4v3.
No ultimates
And
to use
as
from
we've
that
seen-
pick. They They've still got everything in
none
the
of them.
tank.
That's exactly what you want for B2U. They have to be in a position with those ultimates to make anything happen, otherwise we're just going to see a bit of a steamroll here for Venom Crest in a fight.
Split push here for Thorson as well. They're really cracking through these turrets. Fight though on the vault
They have
side.
to in this position. They absolutely have
Got
to.
through, but back. Pike is already down. Inferno Vault is used! Moonlight Vigil! A vigil for the dead for B2U! And that's kind of the danger.
Oh my goodness, and that's 4 dead already. Forceland in base, and this is the perfect opportunity. They might be 1k gold down, but 30-second death timers. This is the opportunity Venom Crest are looking for to try and take this. They potentially have an opportunity to end the game here,
I wouldn't
which
say
is
potentially.
frankly
I'd say it's
ridiculous.
almost certain. Forceland in the 1v5. I said Viego mid definitely has its strength. I don't think it's strong enough to defend like this. Waves
Not
pushing
quite.
in, both waves are available. Flashed away from Forceland. One auto shreds half their health. Another Keanu combo shreds the rest. Supreme display of talent, just knocking Pike into the Nexus. Won't even find the Nexus turret kill. But you know who will find the kill? Venom Crest on to this Nexus.
And I frankly don't know what there is to say. Because it was all B2U all day, and then nothing. Completely nothing. They had side lanes. They had perfectly timed cross maps. Doesn't mean anything when you've got a team fight that you cannot win. Ever. And Venom Crest, they only took team fights, and it worked out for them. They weren't able to take as many objectives. They couldn't push side lanes. But if you just ARAM it mid, you win team fights. It works. It just works. So, full credit for them. They've put in a fantastic comeback there. I didn't see it coming after that early game. But I don't know what else to say because Venom Crest just took that and ran with it.
Yeah, kudos to Venom Crest for playing towards their outs. Yeah, it's quite a rough early game refresh as well, coming back from a pretty miserable time versus a Varus top. That's what happens when you draft the comp with no backbone, I guess. But that's, I believe, the last game for Venom Crest and B2U will not end undefeated. I think Venom Crest still have a chance to progress through against all odds. It's also going to be the last game
Up the Venom Crest.
Up the bloody Venom Crest. That's going to be the last game for us as well. Abby, thank you so much for coming on board to cast with me. I'm sorry for being so incredibly rusty. You did a great job yourself.
Listen, we're here just to have fun and mess around. That's all I'm here for. And it was a great time. So let's have a good one and
Let's have a good
carry
one
on with it in the future.
with our casters coming in next to... Oh, I should have had this to hand because I need to know who this
You should have had it to hand.
because I am putting them on the show in a second. It's going to be Nick V and Brackish Brits guiding to these last 2 games. Broad up next, still in with a running thanks to Bitfix's masterful performance up against Leo. We'll have to see if they can make the most of it. They've been given a Hail Mary. We'll have to see if they can learn that goal, but we will see in just a moment. Stay with us through the break. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Cigarettes can kill you, but if they don't, they make you stronger. You could have person. At their job, they always get everyone a very thoughtful birthday present. They always say good morning in the morning, but not in a weird way, in a caring way that almost everyone can appreciate. They're the most admired person, but not in a better than everyone type of way, in a being a good person type of way. And they are sleeping on a mattress without a bed frame. Are you living lo-fi? Are you living in a mess you made? Are you saving money crashing at the practice space? Are you saving cigarette butts out of stale ashtrays? Are you living lo-fi? Are you living with some chronic pain? Are you using frozen food as medical first
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the NLC RPS coverage. I am Brackish Brit. I'm joined by Nick V for the second half of the day. We just saw one Four Nations team claim a chance at a tiebreaker. It's time to watch the other one up the broads as they go up against AAB. You can tell how excited, Nick, they were to get on in. We're right into draft.
Yeah, we are straight into draft, so we already see some targeted bans for sure. I really like the Aatrox ban specifically because it's like a very good counter pick for Manster. And he's being able to pull it out as well very effectively. So just taking that away, it tells me that Akers wants to play tank already.
Is like I like the Udyr as well. Just seems to start. It's now almost becoming just like a universal versus Four Nations ban.
True.
We see it banned against Phrase all the time, of course, for Venom Crest, but it's going away against Broad. And the Rise is first picked, more than likely for Dagger, but it could be flex top for Manster as well. See what Broad want to do about it. It was a couple of the previous games. There's been some heartbreak for Broad. There was a certain game where QQR's Akali got absolutely monstrous, and at the end, it didn't really matter into the face of a unkillable Sivir. But I'm happy to see those two champions, especially the Trundle. Porp did some nasty things on that champion during the finals on Saturday.
Yep, a very strong character indeed. There are a couple of counters, but he's like such a strong character right now with the pillar specifically. You could opt for like a range jungle, like a Kindred or a Lilia maybe. But if you have Rise, I would personally not do it because you already have Rise, you already have an AP source. This just gives your team more, like the opposing team, more of a reason to just build magic resist and make them useless.
Porp was going to be pulling Spirit Visage anyway, right? Like,
exactly.
No reason not to on Trundle. I remember the old days though. I don't know how long you've played League, Nick, but I'm part of the old guard. There is an old version of Trundle where his W didn't buff healing. Oh no, it gave him tenacity.
True. Like the entire in his field as well, it gave him many more stats than just the movement speed and attack speed. This gave him everything that you want. Okay, so Ambessa in the top lane. We already know now that Rise will be in the mid lane. You could. Oh, you want to say?
But also, we have seen Ambessa mids, and of course, if you've seen any of the RPS thus far, lane assignments can basically go away. We've seen mid lane Vayne. We've seen all sorts of shenanigans come out. We saw mid Viego in the previous game. QQR, though, keeping it chill, keeping it standard. He's sticking to bread and butter. It's his Vigar.
Yeah, Veigar is just another tool to make sure that they can dictate what happens on the field, because you have the Trundle pillar now. You have Sion, who basically is a pillar himself. Now you have the Veigar stun as well. So I'm just looking for like a very good tank engage, like a Rel, for example, maybe a Leona, something that can go forward and use the map advantage that the team from Broad can create to make sure that, you know, they either get out safely or they block everyone's path off. You could say Anivia, but who plays Anivia right now?
Yeah, I like the sound of Zeta's Rel. He's certainly done some great stuff with it. There is a vague sort of ping in the back of my mind of concern that there is a sort of a backline option that AAB have set up with the Ambessa. If Broad try too hard to go forward,
Kai'Sa's open.
And if they don't have a carry that can follow the engage, is what I was about to say. If Spark goes Kai'Sa, that would be fixed somewhat. But Manster being able to jump in with, try to jump, trade backlines effectively with the public execution as Broad trying to come forwards, could make it long.
Right now, I would just look for like a Jhin or a Senna, something that is safe, that's something that can attack from a distance, so they don't really have to worry about the field at all. So there we go. There is the Jhin indeed, and now you can just opt for like a tank support that can counter whatever the opposing support is going to pick. Alistar is still open, for example. Braum is still open. So there's still a lot of good picks to go into it. And I don't really think that AAB right now can go for a Braum angle at all.
I was going to say, Braum is available for AAB to pick, but that would leave them very lacking in engage.
So how do you round this out? You kind of want something that can reach Jin, well, you can't. So either you go for a dive champion like a Kaisa right now, or you can go for a little bit more safety in, for example, Zaya. Tristan is also banned, so he kind of banned himself out. So they
Or
actually
just-
go for the Senna.
It's not the safest of champions, but there are plenty of tools surrounding it to sort of protect it while it's stacking up. Of course, 100 stacks being the number we are looking for. Zeta last to pick here. I don't think there's any weird
It's
flexes
just
that I'd
Alistar, right?
particularly want to see. Alistar seems fine. Rel seems fine. I think both things that Zeta is extremely comfortable on. And come the later game, if you can get a good Magnet Storm down, you're just dropping everything on top of that. Like, Event Horizon comes down, you're dropping Dark Matters, you're throwing grenades, you're calling up the curtain, and trying to remove whatever is immediately in front of you. From the side of AAB, their strategy, it's a little more fluid, perhaps. You've got the Leona engage, sure, but you've also got flank angles for the Ambessa. You've got
Lilia as
crazy Realm Warp teleport plays from the Rise. Lilia, of course, is going to be super duper speedy and potentially, find a good bowling ball. Could also set up for a play.
So ABB's
yeah.
team is more like based around the macro play, I think, because they have champions that really use a lot of movement. In, for example, the Rise Ultimate, you have Ambessa with like million dashes. You have Lilia, who's going to be very annoying, pretty useless from like levels 1 to 4, but after that she's starting to be really strong, being very annoying in lane, but also after lane. As for what they can really do, they need the Leona for the agency to start fights, because if she cannot, then I don't think AAB is going to take it off of Brother Friends. I think Brother Friends have drafted a very interesting team into them, because they have tools to engage a team fight. I don't think it's strong either, but their reactionary play will be much better than AAB's.
Yes, the ability to turn around on a dime and deal with a clear and present threat feels much easier for that side. Of course, I mean, the Rel is carrying a lot of weight on that front, but it's going to be really difficult for AAB to assassinate single members outside of the Jin. That's realistically going to be the only accessible target. QQR, by the way, I love seeing QQR going spellbook. We usually see a rower. We often see Tier as well. So there is a lot of potential for this champion, and I see 3 men stacked. If Spark has leveled W at 1 here, then this could be quite dangerous for the Lilia if Thornton chooses to step up for vision.
Yeah, I think they just try to watch out for late invade, actually, as I'm saying.
Smash. Okay, 3 members in. Smash goes down, but they respect it. They stay far enough away from the brush. They can't come down. They didn't actually see that though, right? Because it came out of the brush.
Well, now they know that Eckers knew, probably, so the ward has been dropped. It's not cleared. I think if you expect a late invade, you might as well just stand like on the Raptor spawn and take out the ward, as they cannot see it. But it's not what happened. At least they have all the information that they really want to. They know that the enemy doesn't know Trundle did start red indeed, so they might think right now, oh, he's doing blue.
Yeah, and there is an angle as well, if Port wants to get super cute about it, that he can take his red buff, take his his Krugs, and then go around and leave the
Path to the
chickens
blue.
for a moment. Go take blue, go take wolves or something, and make it look like he is pathing towards topside, and come back to the chickens later.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. The ward will be expired when he is there, but it wouldn't be the safest route to take. I would just suggest, just go into that ward, go into vision, make sure you don't make a mistake early on. I think Trundle is one of those champions that doesn't care as much anyway if he falls behind, whereas Lilia does want to snowball. But again, you don't want to take that risk and make her snowball.
Early push coming out from the broad bot lane, not surprising, really. Björnen, of course, is not really going to be in a position to fight for a little while. The Senna can do decent damage, but into this 2v2, I wouldn't really want to see that. Manster, though, both of these top laners with the grasp, of course, they're going to want to trade quite aggressively, but Akers is getting quite the better of these early trades. He is able to hit level 3 first. Of course, keep pushing up, getting that poke with the decimating smashes, which is also awkward for Manster because he's having to deal with the wave as well as the Scion.
The biggest issue that Acker is going to run into is Ambessa just scaling upwards. I think Ambessa, once she gets like level 5, maybe like the first half item built, then she just starts to be able to trade against Sion very well. And I would assume that Thornton is going to play around that top lane. I don't think bot lane is that gankable, as you already said. Senna doesn't really do that much damage as of now. There is, of course, CC to layer, but you most likely want to use that for self-peel. So junglers should just go for full clear as we go into a very quick pause. But basically, the game state right now is just even. People are farming. Akers is going to have to play on the back foot. I hope he understands his job, that he just needs to stay at the very least even with Ambessa in the CS, and make sure that Thornton cannot scale off of Akers, basically.
Yeah, so the thing as well, I believe Brod did spot Thornton taking the topside scuttle, so it's not unknown to them. Porp is now making his way towards the bottom side, and the push is now coming through for the side of AAB. He's not actually been spotted until quite late. The jump, it looks like Dux will be the target. Flash hadn't been used from the Leona just yet. I feel like it may have to be used. There it is. And that's also for the flash of Björnen and the heal. No summoners except Zeta's flash committed from the side of Brod, and that's a Hex flash on both of these supports. So that has slightly lesser value. Dux is going to be the target once again. Brod working their way forwards, and the false shot from Spark will take that one down. Björnen has no flash, and that cleanse is not going to help. It is a double for the Jhin right off the bat. Brod come out swinging.
That was so greedy from AAB bot lane, but at the same time, they kind of had to do something about the wave, because Broad and friends, right? Yeah, they were able to freeze the wave right there in front of their tower, and they need to at least sacrifice a bit of HP, but I feel like they should have waited a little bit, make sure that the jungler had gone away, or, you know, wait 20 seconds to waste their time at the very least. But in this case, they just walked up immediately and they just got double ganked.
The repeat gank was as easy as 1, 2, 3. Thornton making his way in towards the top side of Porp. Porp currently taking his Krugs. I think he's going to find that his chickens will not be there upon his return. I say that actually, as Thornton not seemingly wanting to commit.
No, it's because the mid lane is going back
now
to base.
Committing too late though, because now Porp is coming in. QQR has the ability to move. Never mind, Thornton will be able to secure that camp away. So build up at least a lead in farm. Of course, Porp though has the gold from those 2 assists, so he isn't feeling too bad.
Yeah, but because of that, AAB does have tempo throughout the mid lane, because Ryze comes back to lane earlier. Faker had to stop the recall because Lilia was invading. So now, back in the mid lane, Ryze should have the push for now.
I don't think we see I don't think we would see a Veigar this good out of Faker, I'm going to be honest. Like, QQR might just be the Veigar merchant.
True.
Of the Northern League Championship.
True, I've never seen Faker play Veigar.
Plan's still available for Björn, so they're not going to overcommit. And of course, Zeta able to walk this one forwards. Zenith Blade will allow Dux to escape with a poke from the bouncing grenade. The dancing grenade is going to do some good work. Porp now threatening Dagura a little bit. There is a flash available, of course. And now in comes Thornton, QQR. Now the one perhaps in need of some help. Level 6 has been obtained by the Lilia, so Porp unable to assist his mid laner. Zeta now having to walk up, but Porp is just going to get walked down. This is the problem with the Lilia. She is so difficult to remove if she is just chasing you down, that's a 2 kills.
Yep. She is so fast that it doesn't really matter how much you're gonna run. Like at one point, even your flash isn't gonna save you anymore from that champion.
Akers! He's just gonna walk it! The top laner of the Bronze. He might be on a Scion, but he will take that solo kill all day long. Spark taking some damage, but has ticked across to level 6, and immediately the AAB bot lane have to respect an oncoming curtain call.
I actually did not expect that Akers would get a solo kill on Manster. That is wild.
You never do. You never expect the Scion solo kill.
True. I wonder if we'll see Akers just going behind the tower after recalling, then shoving the wave, because right now there should be a lot of armor.
I don't think Akers is part of the School of Thousand. Not gonna lie.
No? Unlucky. I think it's great. I've been doing it in my solo queue.
We were talking about not... I'm saying that we were earlier talking about not accelerating Thornton by, you know, giving him kills on the Scion.
Right now you could. You're ahead against Mbessa. Maybe he can just do the magic that I cannot.
The potential is there, I suppose. Dagger is going to walk up. It doesn't initially spot out that control ward, but Thornton moving through the brush will now. This could be an easy secure, I think, for AAB. In fact, all 5 members committed to the Void Drug to get taken down. Broad, a little bit slow on the response here. If they wanted to start off Dragon, they probably had to have done it by now. And so, full 3 grubs are going to go down uncontested. Broad, they are in a position to start the Dragon now, but it is very delayed on tempo, as you're saying.
It's delayed, but at least it's pretty much guaranteed, because as you said, like 5 people at the 4 grubs, it means that this will go uncontested. At the same time, I felt like they probably should have sent Senna, Leona to the top lane to get that farm up for themselves, because if I look at the CS difference, I'm seeing 46 to 81 right now.
Look at this freeze that Spark is holding bot lane. That wave has not really moved, I think, for the better part of a minute. Basically, since the Leona Senna left. So he is building up so much gold here. Now Bjerna and Dux come back into the bottom lane. But again, they're coming into a lane that is in a really bad position. Akers taking great trades against Manster, of course. Public Execution does have the potential to turn that play around. But again, Akers doesn't need to look for the aggression. He just takes the trades when they come to him.
I do see a Rise potentially moving towards the bot lane. I think they want to help out over there. I feel like probably right now, because your side lanes are just losing, I would just go top, because that Scion doesn't really have an escape other than the ultimate. So make them forced to use that and then just go for a regank. But it's not going to happen from AAB Esports right now. Lilia finds a way
in the bot lane, trying to get the damage down. Dux goes forwards, but he's not level 6. Subjugate coming out from Porp in the play is immediately diffused. Akers comes back in. Public Execution is going to be used by Manster as an escape tool. Take that recall, of course. The TP will be delayed compared to Akers, and advantageously for Broad, when a TP is burned early, what you try to do is burn as much health off of your lane opponent and then TP back yourself for the advantage. Akers is basically full.
Akers does not care. Don't forget, Scion scales off of every minion that dies in front of him. He keeps getting HP back. People keep forgetting that.
Is it actually every minion in vicinity or just the ones he kills?
Vicinity.
Really?
Yep.
I am going to hold my hands up there and say I'm an embarrassment of a caster. I was under the impression that he actually, you know, apply some skill to get those stats.
I thought so at the beginning as well. Then I tried it and I was like, damn, he actually just plays for me.
Well, that explains why so many players just pull him out for free.
It's like, you just see the plus HP out of nowhere and you're like, huh, that happens.
Well then.
Right, but
as it stands,
Yep, let's look at the map. Drake won't be spawning for quite a while, but you do see that they are trying to get some vision around the dragon. It will be spawning decently soon now in 2.5 minutes. You kind of want to have the vision down now and then force your opponent to start wasting their resources themselves. And then when the Drake is about to spawn, then you come back with fresh wards, fresh scouters, and then you just win the vision war. So I like that AAB is already setting that up.
Broad is moving to do sort of a first level of ward cleanup. As you say, the sweepers will be coming up around the right sort of time. Early item pickups are starting to come through. There's a rower. Oh, it's the rocket belt. The rocket belt Vigar. We have seen this from QQR before, and of course, in a situation where the Vigar is a potential pick target, then that little bit of extra movement can help out a lot. And also, in a chase down situation, dash forwards for that little bit of extra damage to make the primordial burst a kill. It works better than you might expect.
And don't forget, it also effectively increases the range of your E stun as well, because you just dash forward E to catch someone
everything.
out. Yeah. Though I will say it does hamper the Veigar scaling a little bit, but as you all know, Veigar scales infinitely.
That he does. As does Sion. The scaling is, I mean, 2-1 on scaling champions. Of course, the Senna is there. Is the double scaling of Vigar Sion better than the Senna here?
No, I don't think so. Especially with the rise there as well. I think at one point, Dogger becomes unkillable because there's no strong DPS for Braun of France right now. I do think they are on a time.
So, is there a world in which you want to see... I'm wondering if you want to see like a Serpent's Fang come out from Spark. Because Manster's going to be getting a lot of shields. Dagur is building Seraphs. Cutting that shield in half could be the difference between killing the Rise and not.
I would just go straight on the damage. Akka's eating some of it.
I mean, he is dying. He is dying here.
Yep.
He has flash available, but like survival is not really an option here. He's just being a bit of a pain, I think, realistically. And he is going to try and run forwards. The wave is incoming, so he can try and proxy at least a little bit.
He opted to int into the tower, so he gets to buy
He dies a little bit
items.
swifter. Yep.
Yeah, I was like, if you just die a little bit downwards in the lane instead of walking around, you could at least reach the minion and potentially farm like 3 to 4 minions and then go back. It's like, that is the school of battles. It just works. It just makes him go up in gold.
Right now, the gold is extremely even. Brod just picked up their second dragon of the game. Cloud Winds being picked up. Turns a call towards bot lane. Ducks taking a lot of damage. Björnen is being body blocked very effectively. The damage not quite going to be enough, although Port is starting to hurt with the Trinity Force completed. This probably, if Brod wanted to commit to it, could have been a first tower secured. It seems that Ducks and Björnen don't feel like they are at risk of being dove. Zeta might have something to say about that, though, looking for the angle forward. The CC is landing. Now Porp and QQ are coming in. The TP is being called. Ducks will drop. Björnen will take a primordial burst. Dagur will be able to trade it back and in looking to run down Spark also, but the Jin fast enough to get away from that. Thornton, in the meantime, picks up the Shelly. Akkas is able to use the Unstoppable Onslaught to ensure that the Lilting Lullaby does not affect him. He's going to try and contest the chickens from Thornton. I don't think you're going to win that one, unfortunately. Now Thornton might look to take him down as he makes his way back towards top lane. He has flash available. I don't think he is at immediate risk of death. But it does mean that Manster can push in top.
I was gonna say, there's no way you can just walk through your jungle now. That Lilia will just hunt you towards the top lane. Now they get that top lane as well. Yeah. It started with the gank in the bot lane. I think it was well done. There was a lot of patience from Zeta, and then finally found 2 knockups. But not expecting the Rise teleport, it does mean that Trundle had to fall. They could not get that first tower because of it. And it was a great response from Thornton as well to just go into the enemy jungle and then, well, bully the Sion a little bit.
Spark will be able to pick up the bot tier 1 right about now, or whenever his next reload comes through. Means that Brod are still holding pace with AAB for the time being. As you said, the scaling clock is still ticking. Björnen is still killing minions. And Thornton being strong, 3 kills of the 4 that their team have picked up thus far, means that objective fights can be a little tricky if you can't lock this Fawn down.
For now, I do see Sion going into mid. They really want the tower. They want to open up the map as far as they can so that they have more space to play, so that they can set up the Drake in 2 minutes. Yeah, they do have to stop that.
Manset looking like he's going to try and find an angle to fight onto Akers. Not going to find it though. We'll just be able to clear out the wave. No attempt to freeze it, and honestly, I fully respect that. Vision being cleared out. As you're saying, 2 minutes ahead of the next dragon. AAB already trying to clear out all of these control walls. All of this vision that has been put down by Brod in the last couple of minutes.
1 minute and a half. And we do see that AAB is around the dragon. Of course, you kind of want to go back to base when the 40-second timer is going to start to get the items and get ready for the next fight. Right now, Broad and Friends is in the lead tempo-wise because now they get to push out the minions. Which suggests... I mean, some of them already went back to base, bought the items, so there's no reason for them to
I'll
go
tell you
there.
what. I love seeing supports with TP.
Do you now?
Spellbooks, I love Spellbook. I'm a little bit sad that they're nerfing it. Like the sheer variety of summoner spells that can be used over the course of a game.
It's great. Of course, Veigar gets it as well. There's a lot of TPs potentially on the team.
Cleanse,
of,
Ignite
yes,
are the current
right
summoner
now, yeah.
spells on the Veigar. This is why I love this rune.
I like it, but at the same time, like it doesn't really net you the advantage of more damage and stuff. I feel like First Strike could be better in that regard, but who knows?
Yeah, Comet. There are definitely reasons, and you know, it's not objectively the best thing you can take in all situations. As Shelly gets put down in the mid lane, AAB gonna make that effort to take down the mid tier 1 and will easily enough be able to secure it. Can they get a second charge off is the question. I think the eye will be taken down. As I said, the next dragon will spawn onto the rift. Brod, they kind of can pick and choose though. This would be sole point for them, but they don't need to take this fight. Thornton throwing the bowling ball across. Kikuwad trying to get Baby Cage through. Corp is the one taking so much damage though, and all of that CC is too much. Spark is able to trade it back into the jungler for the support right now as Mansa trying to find the backline. The follow-up damage is too much. Gordon might be fast, but he cannot find the targets he wants. Hackers is just this gigantic body in the front line that is seemingly impossible to deal with. Spark is already on a triple kill. Björnen has to flash. The root will follow through. There's a cleanse there, sure thing. But Brods take the fight down. The Jhin, who started out so strong, is continuing to be just that.
Yeah, raining down the damage even on the tankier members from AAB. Now they can go for the Drake. They don't... Do they have to smite here? Just spawned, walking out of base. Lilia is hovering around, so I don't think they should be going for this dragon right now. They just want to bait the kill. Spark right now is so healthy. You can
Corpus
just
coming out of base pretty quickly.
nuke Thornton if he really wants to. Oh,
Yeah, Corp will come out of base and it will be easy enough to secure. There you go. Eventual smite for the soul point for Brod. 5 minutes until a potential Cloud Soul, and particularly taking a Cloud Soul away from AAB in this situation feels pretty darn good. But
yes.
speaking of individual ultimates, I mean, you've got the Rel ultimate, allow you to use the Magnet Storm, all the better. Hawp, subjugate for even more movement speed? Yes, please.
I'm just going
Yeah, I feel like the Cloud Drake is sometimes overlooked. That movement speed is ridiculous. It just gets you wherever you want to be, and it
I mean,
feels
it does
like
nothing for Spark. It does literally nothing for Spark.
I mean, as long as it does it for his team, he just needs to be in the back.
True. Mansa trying to push in the bot lane, but Akka's it's got so much armor that any damage Mansa attempts to do is basically utterly inconsequential.
For now, until lethality is being built from Manster. But that will still take a while. For now, they will just hunch each other up and they'll just stay unkillable. And then Sion goes back to base, uses ultimate to go back to lane, and then it's the same game all over. Right now, the story is about the other team members from both teams. As the
So-
Otacon has spawned.
It has. AAB, we can see, are looking towards it. One thing I just spotted, so Dagger went up with the sweeper, but was unable to spot the ward in the Atakan pit. His sweeper ran out just, thank you so much, production, just as the sweeper ran out. There we go. He's going to use the sweeper now. Spot it out, realizes the jig is up, and they'll have to go about their business elsewhere.
Yep, but they did spot that after clearing the ward, they were moving downwards, so they can set up a potential.
Looking for a potential angle in here. Solar Flare gets used to go with that little cheeky little realm walk to find a way in behind Zeta. The Ducks, their Ducks are going to be put into a row, or in this case, into the void. The primordial burst of QQR will secure that kill. Manster and Akka's fighting at it once again, but there is very little risk of death. Blunting Lullaby used onto Port. He is going to have to give up his red buff here. Thornton, still a big concern. 2 items. Bloodletter's Curse, Leandry's. It's potentially nasty. Curtain has been called. Bjorn does not have flash. He is now stuck in the baby cage, and Spark will be all too happy. Fish in a barrel as he goes dominating.
I think the initial play from Brother Friends, I think it was clever, but it would only work if there was just a single straggler walking into that brush. But AAB at this point, they will not walk alone. There's 3 people that came down there, and that was a fight that Brother Friends could not win, so it was a bit of a risk. But after the play in the jungle from AAB and getting the kill onto Senna, that's definitely worth it for Brother Friends. It was a good clap back. Still, that mid tower standing is a thorn in their eye.
It's been tough for them to push up the mid lane right now, or for quite a while at least, for the Broads in general. There is vision on the Atakan once again, and an Atakan start at this point is a little bit risky, because 90 seconds until Dragon, if you burn a lot of big ultimates, especially the closer we get to this potential soul point, then you are possibly giving up a lot. That being said, AAB, they could get a consolation prize if they wanted to let the soul go across, or alternatively, Broad could say, okay, sure, well, we'll just let you have your first Drake of the game, and we'll take Attica.
Drake in 52 seconds. I feel like the first massive team fight is going to happen in that 50
Get a
seconds.
stack check, actually. I saw the center on our screen. How is Björnen doing? 25 minutes. Should be closing on that 100 stack mark. Pushing in that mid wave. Of course, mid control is still very important for these dragons. Broad accepting their role as the ones absorbing the wave. All 10 members will be in the bottom side of this rift, but AAB are the ones with the inside line, with the vision control. The Broads would be stepping into darkness, but being said, AAB just walk out into the open. Akkas can tank a lot of damage, but if the rest of his team are just not going to fight with him, he's going to give up pretty much his entire health bar. He almost ticks down to the Leandries. Now he's got a back. He's got TP, sure, but this may well just be as simple as Dragon being gone in favor of AAB unless the TP starts very, very soon. No, okay, here we see the trade. The Broads, they take a bad fight, so instead they're going to go for the Atakan trade. However, the Dragon is already down. AAB are chasing, and that's a bowling ball going up the river.
Yeah, this might be too late for them to start. Because they don't have enough DPS, they're gonna fight.
Zeta has the flank angle. It could be a category 5 Magnet Storm coming through. Digger looking for a potential Realm Walk angle. It is not found. Corp is still hitting onto the Atacon. It needs to be traded out. It is secured by the side of Broad. Now they need to get out. QQR is very, very low. Zeta has found a good flank angle, but it's more of a sacrificial play. Broad, they do secure the Atacon. They are able to get out. The problem is they've given up their support, and now AAB, they feel empowered to start the Baron.
They are still quite healthy though. They can go for a 3v5 if they really want to. Ultimates have been
the
going
TP
down.
now coming out from QQR. Channel comes through. The curtains have been called. Björn taking a lot of damage, as is Manster. They are forced away. They're caught within the event horizon. The Senna is very, very low, but they don't want to commit to stepping too far up. Akers is the only one caught by the CC. Here is the Lilting Lullaby on to 3. Akers gets taken down. Thornton needs to try and put his damage through. The Primordial Burst of the Vigar must be feared. They are able to get away from it, but Broad, they deny AAB the Baron.
They deny it. They could have fought it because there was no ultimates, almost no ultimates from AAB. So now they're looking to set their sights onto the mid lane. They finally get rid of their tower. That's
coming in.
quite a well
The
fought
Broad
one.
know. Do
I think
Broad
they should
know
know.
about
They see
this
him
TP
flying.
from the Gur in? They come. It's a double TP. Manster here also. Spark able to dodge away from the bowling ball of Thornton. They stay grouped up. Thornton quite low on health. Spark is very, very threatening here. He's able to get all the way out. Akers coming back up in 10 seconds time. Don't think there's enough time for AAB to potentially start up the Baron again. We return to this uneven dance. Look at the gold, Nick. It is still dead even.
It's dead even. They still both have a dream here. As the Drake is going to spawn in 2 minutes 50 seconds. The Baron, of course, they can still go for the trade if they really want to. Broad and friends right now, you would say, are in the driver's seats regarding the Drakes, but AAB keeps pushing them up so far that they gain control over the entire map. Right now, Akers has to flee once again. So they get the entire Dragon Pit for themselves. They get some buffs in the jungle as well. And now, Broad and friends, they just want to get a ward on the Baron again. Make sure that they can't sneak it for now. That well might be caught again. Nope, not this time. Sion against Ambessa. Ambessa at this moment should win, right?
Got enough damage at this point in the game. Right now for Akers, it's more important, and as we see him building the magic resist he needs to survive the barrage from Thornton and Dagur. Especially being Bloodletter's Curse is going to be cutting out, what, 30% of that at max stacks?
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be quite fun. 2
I don't
minutes
know
for
what
the
your
trade.
definition of fun is.
Everything is fun for me this entire game. Like most people are like, League of Legends, I don't want to play it. I really enjoy playing this game. So like everything, even though it's not fun for them, it's fun for me as long as I am in the positive way, and as long as I have that item.
But looking to put some damage down, Dux is able to wander on out. Still not sure about these Senna stacks. I have to assume Björn is at least at 100 at this point. 92.
Yeah.
Not quite there. Akers having to use the unstoppable onslaught, and he ends up running into the tower. Solar Flare will land as well. The health is ticking down. Dagur has been caught by quite a chunk of damage. Dawning Shadow comes over the top. That's double redemptions used. 90 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Manster might be the target, but Broad don't want to overcommit. Dux stood off towards the side. The remaining members of AAB shoving the wave in still, maintaining that pressure on the river. Thornton trying to keep his stacks up here. He might actually have overcommitted for it. He steps away too far, and Spark is able to pick up his 7th kill onto Manster. It is 45 seconds on that death timer. The dragon will be up before the Ambessa is. Thornton still looking and lurking. Pork walking forwards. The slow comes down from the pillar. They're not quite able to find Björn with the event horizon QQR. All this poke damage, Broad are able to now push AAB away. As I say that though, Thornton is still looking. The health bars are still dropping. The Lilia needs to be dealt with. Magnet Storm flashed away from. Unstoppable Onslaught will find its mark, however. Akers is able to take that one down. Dagger is able to take down QQR off to the side, though. But look who is still untouched. It is Spark on the Jhin. Dagger is trying to do his damage. Akers will lock him up. Spark will take him down. It is a triple kill for the Broads, and it will be a Cloud Soul for them unless Manster can do something about it.
Yeah, definitely on this way. I really like how Spark specifically played that fight. Just stay behind the tanks all the time. And then, you know, there was no damage on him at all. He could just do whatever he wants. Now, though, has to trade, but with Sion, should be able to.
The body block for him. The flash, though, Manster, he has it, takes it down. Akers does not have enough health to take it. It's just going to be thanks for the leash, bro. Manster still looking for the trade. Akers tries to get it with the decimating smash, but it's going to be a takedown for AAB. A second cloud for them. Dagger. No, not Dagger. Dux. Okay, actually, I hate supports having TP. Get it out of the game. Unsealed Spellbook is it's the worst. It's the worst keystone in the game.
Technically, Aftershock and Guardian have a higher win rate, but that is solo queue. I think Spellbook for competitive is so much better because it gives you so much creativity.
And it's also, it's really, I was going to say it's fun, which that creativity and fun are, you know, count them as one and the same. Björnen is in a slightly rough situation. QQR, though, has found himself right in the face of Manster. They can't quite kill the Senna. Now goes down, but Corp is already dead. Zeta is just walking into the fire. It is a double kill for Thornton, and the Baron will be given across. There's no vision there for the Broads right now. Spark is coming out of base, though. If Akers can get in and be a body in the fray, then perhaps we can do something. But Manster is keeping him busy. Instead, they're just going to burn everything onto the Ambessa. QQR survived just about. There's the Nasher going down, though. They are going to chase a pace to try and take down QQR on this Vigar. Red Horizon making space again. Dux going forwards, has to flash. Thornton still looking to make that difference. Fourth shot from Spark, though, has to be respected. He has got 4 completed items. That will allow QQR to get out alive.
But the only reason that Brother Friends, I feel like, is still in this game is because Sparks is so far ahead that he has the damage to stay tied with AAB, but you're already seeing the lackluster damage from Brother Friends onto the tanks, because with the Redemption, with Senna, with the tank stats from Leona, and Rise items as well, it's so difficult to really burn through them. It's Brother Friends is just missing the DPS right now.
No anti-heal on top of that.
Yeah.
There is a bow there for Spark. I would... Does it need to go Mortal Reminder here? The extra armor pen, of course, from LDR is good, but I think just for the inherent healing, the regeneration that Thornton gets from being able to keep stacks up is so important. So I think like that has to be Mortal Reminder on Spark.
Kind of, but I also feel like he doesn't have the attack speed and targeting to be able to hit everyone.
To actually choose who gets anti-healed. That's a solar flare being used. Root landing. The damage is going to come through. Dux heals up a bit from the Redemption, but still takes a good 2/3 from that curtain call. 2 minutes until the next dragon comes up, though. The Baron for AAB has really not done much, as the catch is found onto the Rise. Dagger is the one who finds the dagger in his back this time. Broad with the pick, with 55 seconds to their advantage. They can try and push in this mid lane. Of course, they can then convert that into pressure towards a third potential attempt at a Cloud Soul. Instead, they're just committing for the play. Zeta going all the way forwards. Thornton is doing so much damage, though. Trouble coming down the sleep. The tower has fallen, though. Akers is still providing fantastic body blocking from the rest of AAB. Down comes the Event Horizon. Thornton walking in. The problem is this Lilia is not being peeled away. Spark nearly gets caught by a Swirl Seed. That's another Solar Flare dropping down. She finds the angle onto Spark. Spark has to run now. Björnen drops, but QQR is traded for it. Thornton still looking for the angle in, still looking for the Swirl Seed. Flash Q takes down the kill onto Spark. Now trying to fight on towards Pop. The healing is what is making this so difficult for the Brods. Akers is left in a rough situation. An ultimate coming out from Dagger to try and chase this one down. Might even get away. A valiant effort, but now that's a flash down. 35 seconds on the Dragon. It's going to be soul point for soul point. Unless AAB feel like they want to push into the base instead. But Porp and Zeta still alive. 20 seconds on QQR, 25 on Spark. I don't feel like they can get out of base quickly enough to stop us a Drake take.
It would be something that they push towers now that they don't have the Baron buff anymore, but when they did have the Baron buff, they just entered the jungle full cleared and were annoying.
There'll be some comments about that.
Yeah, definitely some comments, but at the very least, they are able to find a victory out of the team fight. Thornton being so annoying on the Lilia right now. And let's talk about the stakes as well. Let's talk about the stakes as well for this, right? Whoever wins this gets to tie it up against Leo Esports and potentially can still qualify into the playoff brackets.
Leo and Bitfix. We actually might have a three-way tiebreaker going forward from this point. But Broad and friends, they have to win this game to stay in contention. They are still within touching distance. It's 2.5k gold lead for AAB right now. They've only evened up the Dragons, although the out-of-combat movement speed you get from 3 cloud takes is going to make those rotations really, really snappy out from AAB. 90 seconds until Baron rejoins the Rift. Soul, a distant concern for the time being.
Side waves are not being pushed in, so they still are in favor of AAB right now. I think Brawler fans really need to work on the bot lane specifically. Since Baron is going to spawn, since you still have TP for Sion,
I'm really hoping for an engage for a catch, but Akers is stepping forwards and AAB are just not presenting themselves to be fought. Akers still looking for the engage the angle. Manster is going to be annoying, the one that just steps out in front. The wave pushing in. There's not that much health on the mid-tier 2, so AAB should be able to take it down fairly easily. The wave goes in. The last little ticks of health not removed. 35 seconds on the Baron. The wave has evened out pretty much. In fact, both top and bottom lane still slightly in AAB's favor right now in top, but I think the Broad wave has actually flipped that priority over now. Not enough for it to matter though, I don't think. Unless you want to go for a TP play on towards bot lane, which would need Akers to leave the play, which is something Broad simply can't do right now.
Nope. I'm just looking at how Broad and friends are going to fight back right now, because again, they need to find a weird pick. I don't think Ambessa is the one. If you can kill Senna, it's GG. But you still need to find her. She will always be in the back.
It's happened before.
It's so annoying to play against a Lilia Senna. It's so annoying.
Absolutely. Baron is now up and look for a chase angle. Zenith Blade onto QQR, trying to make the angle away. Akers is going to run on in with the Decimating onslaught. But the damage is simply not there. The rest of the Brods are running away, and so Akers is left to the Wolves. There's still a Lilting Lullaby. There's still a lot of AAB ultimates available. There's a Public Execution. There's a Realm Warp to make this play awkward. They don't choose to start up the Baron just yet. They still have that tier 2 in mid to take down. Now they will move away without their front line, their real committal front line. I don't feel like Broad can step in onto this one. Spark is in a very dangerous position, walking almost face first towards Ducks. Solar Flare not available though, has to flash away. Redemption's being used. They're back onto the Baron. It's still around half health. Zeta needs to step forward, as does Porp. They're going to turn it into a good old-fashioned smite fight, I think, although Porp's taking all of the damage. He steals it! Spark is now looking to run this one forward. QQR gets the damage. It is the Senna removed. Can they chase down Thornton? No. The Realm Warp will allow them to get out, but Broad steal the Baron. They are now rushing into the AAB jungle. Thornton is just going to run away. Dagger needs to be quite careful as the tier 2 top. QQR and Spark are going to push that one in. Zeta needs to be a bit careful. The Rel is providing the body block here. is able to allow that tier 2 to go down. Brod now knocking on the base of AAB. Thornton still looking for that angle. 10 seconds on Dux, 20 on Björn, and the inhibitor will go down and Brods will relent. Akers in the meantime has been pushing in the mid lane. It doesn't look like they want to over-aggress. They don't want to risk the play going bad. Although Thornton might have something to say about that. No, Akers able to walk out.
I think they should have just gone back to base. The dragon is about to spawn. You already have the Tomp in it. Now you can go mid lane and bot lane, push out their waves even further. And then if you go and play the objectives, let's say you can't get that tower, then just go back and get the Drake for free. And that is the sole point for both teams again. So either you force AAB.
They actually got towers off their Baron.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, they at least show how to play the dragon. Now just have to play the game.
There's the TP coming out from base, and Dagger coming to join the play. And it's back to the ARAM. They're just playing on the mid wave.
Well, now they have two side lanes pushing in their favor.
If they can delay the play long enough for Thornton stacks to fall off, that is what would be a good position for them. Akers is currently, again, just being the body. The problem is, it's just a stack battery for Thornton right now. They have vague control over the river. I say that Corp is already in there. They start at the Baron. Akers is just going to be annoying. Uses that ultimate to get away. Thornton looking for the angle in. Lilting Lullaby could drop down onto 5 now. Goes Gutsman. The Dawning Shadow over the top. QQR takes down Dux first. Marston not able to do the damage, but Thornton is on the chase. There's an opening of the curtains. It will be a Dragon Soul secured for AAB, but is the chase down there for the Brods? Corp putting the damage onto Björn, and they can't quite chase the Senna down. Björn is able to get out. Dagger is stuck in the pit, though. Spark will knock that one down. Akers is now running on into the base. The inhibitor has already fallen. Thornton is there for the wave clear. Björn is there to help also. Thornton's going to ward Akers away. The wave is removed. The rest of the Brods are coming on in, though. 15 seconds for Dux, 25 for Manster. If they can take this down in those seconds, the game could well be over. I don't think they can do it, though. Thornton, again, just warding them away. Brod instead are going to console themselves with a second inhibitor take. There is not an inhibitor available for them in the bottom lane, of course. The tier 2 there has not yet gone down. Soul over to AAB. But Brod have the pressure lead, it feels. They have the gold lead, and they have broken open the base in 2 places.
Now the only thing that Brawl really needs to go and do is go to the bot lane and try to kill that inhibitor when the next objective is going to spawn. It's still going to take quite a while. Now you can just wait for the either a Baron with a sick pick to end the game, or you can just wait for the Elder. Right now, team fights are just much better played by AAB, right?
Can we have a look at Björn? We have a look at this Senna, because 160 stacks. We are 45 minutes into the game, near enough. 100% crit. Insane attack range. There you go. 910. The Brods do not have the freedom to wait 4 minutes, I don't think.
Nope. No, not really, unless they, again, get a pick onto Senna. They've done it twice now, and I think if they happen to get it a third time, they can straight up end the game. Question is, do they get there, though? 1 minute 40 for the Baron. Top lane still pushing in favor of Broad. Mid lane will do that as well. But, of course, mid lane is the one lane you can easily rotate from to the rest of the map.
The onslaught coming through from Akers. As it seems we are going to be fighting once again. I'm not entirely sure what we're fighting over this time. In fact, Spark going to take a recall. Bro is basically full build at this point in the game. What did he just sell? He just sold an item. We got to pause. Okay.
It was the
Oh, hello.
No, the
other collector.
Collector,
yeah,
yes.
It's all collector. Thank you, production. At this point in the game, that's fair, I think. The collector is getting lesser value. It does mean he's temporarily not got 100% crit. So whatever he picks up here needs to be a full crit item. Otherwise, you are risking, an XCOM situation where you have like 95% crit chance and it still misses.
I think at this moment you could just build lethality as well. I think that's like more guaranteed damage instead of the crit. Crit would be
What would you
nice, of
prefer
course,
then?
to stack on. Because I'm looking at the champions, right? They have quite a bit of armor, specifically on Leona, but Ambassador
Shield
as
bow.
well. Shield bow, I like that. More survivability for Jhin.
So he's got a shield at the top end of his health bar with Bloodthirster, and a shield if he gets low.
Serpent's Fang. Pretty sure I saw that.
There
on
is a
Ambassador.
Serpent's Fang for Manster. Yeah, speaking of Manster, gets caught out. Has a GA as well, by the way, so this Ambassador is extremely difficult to remove from the Rift. Brod trying to push the bottom side, but AAB, I mean, it's kind of the only thing they can really do right now.
I feel like this should was 1-4. Put one in mid to push with the super minion, and then put the rest in the bot lane. Besta's actually engaging on Sion.
There's 20 seconds on Baron, though. Akers doesn't have teleport right now. In fact, Manster seems like he's just going to try and chase this one down. Doesn't quite have the total energy to just fight forever, it seems. Baron is spawning. It's Brod who have the vision control by dint of being in the top side of the map, but the number of wards for either side is extremely few. Gordon, step forward.
Gordon. Gordon
mean-
is just trying to being annoying again, right? To just check if they are doing Baron. If so, yes, they can just poke them
That
out.
is Lilia. Lilia's
Yep.
entire MO is just an A4 sheet of paper with the word annoying on it.
Sion might get the bot lane, but if they get engaged upon, I think bot defense could lose.
That is exactly why we need to make sure that the bots don't get engaged upon. As it happens, the healing is good enough. The
Ambassador
TP
back.
coming through from Akers. Ambassador is available from the backside, looking for an angle in. Public execution not being used. The tier 2 in the mid lane goes down. However, Akers and the wave were able to take the tier 2 down in bottom lane. It's AAB though, with the pressure, with the wave, the ability to push the wave. I mean, that is what you get when you have a Senna at this point in the game, alongside a Rise, alongside this Lilia. AAB going to peel back. And there's seemingly recalls coming through from the side of Brod. They have to know this is going on. They start up the Baron, then peel away. They want to see if Brod are willing to call their bluff, and yes, they are.
I think it would be a bit of a big play because Elder Drake is going to spawn pretty soon as well. I think they're just trying to bait them out, get a kill, and then go for the Baron. Brod
Down
playing
onto
it
Ducks.
quite good though.
They're playing patient, which is good. No swirl seals are landing. Akers, however, the problem is that Akers, if the start happens, and the start happens quickly, Dagger is immediately removed. In fact, Exhaust gets put down onto Manster. They're going to try and chase the Ambassador away. Thornton is able to step forward. A lot of damage dropping down, but he's so damn fast. Has to flash away, though, as the Deadly Flourish nearly roots that one up. Manster has been found off to the side. Björnen gets chased down by Spark and Hawk. Dux has to run away. I think this may be all that she wrote. Came back up immediately, uses the public execution to try and kill QQR, but it is not going to happen. Thornton is there alongside Dux, needs to save the game for AAB. The Lilia has the healing, has the movement speed, is able to try and hold this one off, but it's 25 seconds on Dagger. It is 40 seconds on Björn. It is 50 seconds on Manster. Rod, they don't seem to want the end. They seem to be concerned. They have the wave coming in now. The health bars are still low. Thornton has lost some stats. Stun does not land from QQR. We have two waves coming through. 5 seconds on Dagger, 20 on Björn. And if the fight continues, Thornton has to go golden. Ducks trying to make space here. The Lilia falls. The Nexus turrets are being hit on. Dagger can only hit onto Hawk or Akers. Zeta is going to body block him. The Rise cannot do it. The Brods are up. It is an ace, it is the game, and they will have the potential of moving on. They're going to fight through some tiebreakers.
Up the Broad! Up the Broad! There we go, we can do it.
Oh.
They go into a tiebreaker.
Both Four Nations teams now have locked themselves in, I believe. No, Venom Crest. They haven't locked it in just yet.
Just have to
Venom Crest's fate. There's one more game, Nick. Venom Crest's fate will be decided for them somewhat. One more game. Leo No, not Leo. Fortress versus CNG Royal. If CNG Royal win, we will have a 3-way tie for second place at 2-2, as we do currently now in Group B. If Fortress Esports win, then that's all she wrote. Venom Crest, they did their best, but their fate is now out of their hands. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we will be back with that game, Fortress Esports versus CNG Royal. Everybody, every Four Nations fan is hoping for a CNG win. We'll be back after the break.
2, 3, 4. My hobby suck. No hobby suck. I'm giving up doing what I love. My hobby suck. No hobby suck. I'm giving up doing what I love. Woo! We're all just killing time. Until the day we die. We're all just killing time. Until the day we die. My hobby suck. No hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobby suck. No hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobby suck. Your hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobby suck. Your hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobby suck. Your hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobby suck. Your hobby suck. I'm giving up to what I love. I'm throwing away all my paints and pencils. Giving up on everything that ever made me special. I'm gonna sell my guitars and bikes. I'm tired of being bad at things I like. My hobbies suck. I'm giving up to what I love. My hobbies suck. I'm giving up. Better give up. Open up on a suburban town in the video age. A young boy who could never be still, and it caused him to rage. They go, don't get so stressed out, Benoit. Do you finish up the sentences? Is your head a gas cloud? Are you climbing up the walls again? Are you feeling left out? Are you thinking the things that they're thinking before they have thought them at all? And no matter what you say to yourself, you go round and around and around and around. You go, don't get so stressed out, Benoit. You go, don't get so stressed out, Benoit. You're running around, see for bed, oh. Up and down, see for bed, oh. It's like don't you think you're driving away, and the car's all out of control.
Welcome back One more game before any potential tiebreakers get thrown out in the NLC RPS. 5 broads have made their way into that arena. We need to see if Venom Crest Serpents make their way there too, Nick. All depends on this game.
It all definitely depends on this game, and we've been talking about Venom Crest a lot. I think they were a wonderful team, but right now we have to talk about 2 other teams. It's a team from Norway and a team from Denmark, actually. CNG Royal up against Fortress Esports, and I'm quite excited about this this fight specifically because CNG Royal has a peculiar way of drafting right now. Valiant is a very, I would say, an expert mid laner right now who heavily prefers AD champions.
It's quite similar to our own Ketsuo, actually, from Venom Crest Serpents. But yeah, it does definitely very much affect the way that the drafts go. I mean, we saw him pull out a Yasuo against the Venom Crest Serpents. Of course, Venom Crest did win that game.
Good, because then they went the head-to-heads.
So, as far as I can tell, the head-to-heads don't actually matter too much in terms of the tiebreakers. I was under the impression that I was living in my best world where there weren't going to be any tiebreakers, and that Venom Crest would be able to just slip through. But then again, they lost to Fortress Esports, so I guess that wouldn't have been the case. But no, more games.
I think
all of us esports fans want.
I think what matters the most for us, because we can be biased in this stream. CNG Royal needs to win, so we need to root for them, because if Fortress Esports wins, then they're disqualified. They'll be 3-1. Norway, actually. We root for Norway.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Got the teams the wrong way around. Yes. We love Norway. Norway's great.
We do. Yeah.
Big fan.
Don't tell Sweden.
I think Sweden hates Denmark more than they hate Norway. It's fine.
I actually don't know about that.
Insider knowledge? Insider knowledge?
There's a lot of hatred for Finland, I think, from Sweden. I think that's the thing.
I don't know. The Nordic region at all. I just know that nobody likes anyone really very much.
That doesn't make sense because they apparently are like the happiest people on the world as well. But
by like happiness indexes.
True. Well, pick and ban face Ambessa Gwen already taken out Swain and Kog'Maw as well. That feels like it's very targeted.
You could say that. I think the Kog'Maw, the Juggernaut comps of old are still perfectly viable, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, put a Kog'Maw in the middle of a bunch of tanky members just to keep bodies off of him. And that is a strategy that can still win you games. The Aurora is going to be the first lock in. We talked about Valiant's preference for AD mid laners.
Mm-hmm.
We think he's turned a new leaf, or are we just going, it's more likely for Krytarp?
I mean, I kind of want to say it's more likely, but it remains a flex. It remains a very strong pick, and if the opponent thinks like, oh well, then they're putting it top, then the flex is going to matter. I think the Valiant is good enough a mid laner to not just have the AD mid laners, but also have many more, of course. Hui as a response, I like it because it's an artillery mage. It means that Aurora should never get close. But if Aurora does get close, the Hui's gone.
I don't like Hui. I dislike the champion.
Okay.
Yes.
I can
a champion that's meant to be counteracted by like heavy aggression in the early stages of the game, and he's got 3 times as many spells as you do, and they're on low cooldowns, and they have very little mana cost, and he can regenerate mana. Sorry, as someone who plays like Victor and Ziggs, the proper the proper mages that, if you cast your spells too much, you do this thing called running out of mana. Hui never does that.
He has a spell to regain mana after all, but We have a Nocturne Corki. It
Great.
instantly tells us that CNG wants to go in. They want to press the go button. They want to right click forward, and they want to kill
I like a
people,
go button.
specifically with the Aurora Nocturne, right? So Sivir, I really like the pick from Boytang. Make sure that with the spell shields you just can get away from the first half, and then hopefully have the backup as well. You can think of a Rel again. You can think of Leona, a Braum, for example, to make sure that they can't get close to that Sivir, and Sivir just outskills everybody in the game.
Yeah, that was the problem that Venomcrest had. No, sorry, Brod had in one of those games. QQR got huge, but the Sivir went pretty much unassailed to the point where you're just flinging chakrams all over the Rift. And of course, if CNG are going for a very dive-focused composition, that also means they're going to be fairly grouped up, which means that ricochets will be hitting all of them potentially multiple times every single right click.
Yep. Right. Let's look at the ban. So Bard has been taken out. It means that Fortress wants a CNG to never roam. Corki is one of those champions that can play alone in that lane if he really wants to. Alistar be taken away means that the disengages is like the whole thing that you can do with those two champions is disengage, and it's being taken away right now. No bans though, which is
I'm
I assume
wondering
for a
if there
reason.
is. I'm going to assume that they got punished in some form because in a match that is literally for their tournament
Rakan?
lives.
I would assume
that-
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Rakan would be a decent pick here. Rakan does struggle in lane, I will say that, against Rel, but when the team fighting starts to happen, when he presses R, he instantly interrupts Rel's W, and then can hop into the rest of that team, but of course there is a Sivir there, so it's disgusting. Leona could be a pick as well, more layers of CC, but it will be a Janna. It is a
Okay, Eski.
Tornado
Cooking just a little bit.
Yeah, Tornado does interrupt Rel. But I feel like it's a bit weird when your entire team wants to go in.
So just a little bit of trickery. I mean, we got to remember that shield does give AD to a Corki. That's some potentially very high laning power. If I recall correctly, well, is Rel's Q one of the abilities that breaks shields?
Yeah, it breaks shields.
So there is that to be worried about. And then a Renekton final lock in for Cry in the top lane. So, Fighter is the last one we're looking at here. The front line's
You
decent.
can go Aatrox, right? You can go Aatrox here. Have that steady AD in the top lane, counter the Renekton. I guess Mundo is alright. Eventually outscales Renekton, but will struggle in the beginning stages.
Since when did Amundo care about the early stages?
Mundo doesn't care about any stage, to be honest.
Goes where he pleases.
Yeah, exactly. He'll just go. I mean, he just goes to the jungle as well if he really wants to. Which I will expect, not in the jungle role, but I do think that Ugandan Fighter will be going towards the jungle quite often if he gets to shove the top lane. I don't think that will happen within like the first 7 levels, but eventually he will get there. He will get to split push past the Renekton and then just outscale it. Renekton will have the damage on him though.
Well, indeed. I do want to give a shout out before we get into the game to the supports on both sides, because Eski and Dovendir have been around the scene for a very long time. So before the national leagues even existed, of course, there was NLC Division 2. I was a regular fixture on Division 2 casts, and I got a lot of love for both of these support players. Great to see them still kicking around the scene, still taking names, despite the changes in the competitive scene. Looking around the map then, starting with bot lane, shall we? How do you think this early stage of the game is going to go? You kind of alluded to top lane already.
It's gonna be, I think, interesting in that Janna does counter Rel early on, can get a lot of poke on her at the same time, while Sivir can power farm if she really wants to. I don't think she should be doing it with a Rel, specifically, wow, words, because Corki can just power push as well. with the spells that he has. It should be, I think, CNG favorite in the beginning stages specifically because Sivir and Rel together, they aren't that safe. Yes, she has a spell shield, but other than that, if she gets jumped, she gets jumped. Doctrine, if he hits the Q, you need to spell shield that, or the entire darkness will go behind him. But Nocturne will power farm for level 6, then gank, while the bot lane will be level 4. So the ultimate from Sivir will not be able to be used yet. So I do think that depending on how the junglers are playing this game, the bot lane should be won by CNG.
I think, yeah, the early aggression, especially the potential from a Corki lane. Yeah, we need to see how Eski wants to play out the early stages of the game. Of course, Glacial Augment is the go-to rune for the Janna, so we're not going to get double spellbook shenanigans.
It makes the chase from Nocturne much easier, right? Because you get the slowdown already, then Nocturne gives himself a speed up as well. As long as the flash isn't used, that should be enough movement speed and slowdown to catch the Sivir.
So we're talking about like early trades in the mid lane, and we had Krogzen just taking the fight into Valiant, and I don't think that's working immensely well for them. Boytank taking a good amount of poke. The early Howling Gales doing their little bit of work. It is quite mana intensive, so you're seeing Eski. That mana is going down. It will, of course, be supplemented by the support item. You do have to be careful that it's spamming spells too much.
Yeah, Nocturne going to power farm. I do wonder if he's like,
Do I
oh,
see
let
an
me check the
invade
blue.
angle?
Yeah. Because I was thinking that as well. You already see the ping coming down. There's a shove in the bot lane, so Janna and Corki can move up.
Valiant, though. It's just going to have to flash the Q, right? Yeah, that's not a great look for the Aurora in the early stage of the game, having to burn flash early. Of course, it was traded, so
Does he
maybe...
smell it? Oh, he doesn't smell it. He
well.
jumps straight into Nocturne.
It actually got the blue buff, though. Nero was the one that got it. Floxy trying to put the damage down now, but Boytang and Dovendir are coming in. The shielding works out nicely. Boytang does have flash still. Maybe forced to use it. TP was used by Valiant to the play.
Go farm. Go
In
farm.
the day. Nobody dies.
I was like, just take the wave here, then return to bot lane and take the wave there.
The fight continues, actually, as Noringa comes back through. Floxy, I believe, was able, maybe, to take the Gromp away. I don't see who secured that.
I wasn't checking either. I will be, I will be honest with you. I was more looking at like the bot lane state, where it could be so much worse for Fortress Esports right now. But CNG, I think they took a little bit pity on them. They could have just farmed 2 whole waves together with the jungler, and just made Sivir's life miserable. It's already kind of miserable though, I will say.
Yeah, not dying fantastically for Boytang. And the fact that Eski feels empowered to just walk up tells you quite a lot about the current situation. Krogzen not taking the greatest trade in the mid there.
Yeah, Wukong will be spotted out, so simply returning to jungling. Wukong actually going from the cross map himself. There should not be prio in the mid lane. This is a big risk from Noring here.
It is stepping in to contest the opposing blue buff. Valiant has a wave to catch, so wouldn't actually be able to walk in. Will just give up, and we actually see that Floxy is the one who builds up, has the slight advantage because he was able to double scuttle. The amount of time that Noring has had to move around the map.
True. Okay. Objective will spawn. The Drake is up, so they could be playing for that. You do see that the support is already roaming mid lane. It's kind of the normal thing for a support to do nowadays. You go mid lane because there's nothing to do bot lane yet in case you need to help, and then you just roam down. Will be going, oh, barely not through any vision, so should be there at the same time as Sivir. Well timed.
And that's just the thing with this support movement, right? It's not really much slower than just walking to bot lane, and yeah, you get to protect your mid lane in case something happens.
I wonder about the cull though, because Sivir didn't really get to farm up for the longest time.
Yeah, it might
So
take a
that
moment.
that cull will be very slow. And it's like gold spent on not more damage.
Yeah,
I
that
guess
being
Corki
said,
does the same thing though, right? With the tier.
yeah, I was about to say, Nomi's got tier, so both builds have been delayed a little bit. In fact, Boytang technically has more AD because of the,
Yeah,
the 7 gained from the call.
That's definitely true. Nocturne will be threatening the Drake, but there is a ward spotting this out, I do believe. So Wukong is the ward now today.
Yeah, knowing is right there.
And Wei
Rosen
has
is
push.
ready to move off of the mid lane. The collapse might just be coming through. Dovendir looking to step in. Ploxy has found Nuring. Has to flash away as the Wukong. Ploxy still trying to chase one forward. I don't think Valiant actually wants that Orbis Merchant, therefore is going to end up falling to the Spiraling Despair. Nuring does find himself in the middle of 3 though and will be traded back. Both junglers go down, which means no dragon for anyone.
No dragon yet, but of course when they go for the respawn, Noxian should be up first, so there is tempo on the side for CNG, but again, he really wants that level 6.
Oh, Nomi putting the damage through. Dovendir trying to set up the play with the Hex Flash. It's not going to work out for them though, and the Corki is on the board.
Just looking at the mid lane real quick, there's a CS difference of 15 already in favor of Kruxen, so definitely a very strong mid laner. Of course, he did have the counter pick. He is the artillery mage. Aurora should never be able to get close to him unless Wei wants that to happen. You already see that the Drake is being pinged and Nocturne hovering there as well. In the top lane, because of this perma push from Renekton, the teleport from him should be earlier than from Mundo, who already used it actually, so that would not even be any case. And Wukong doing red. No information though, but this is a lot of time spent.
It is indeed. Red buff also being picked up by Ploxy here. Of course, level 6 is not too far away now for these junglers. Very important, as we know, that once a Nocturne hits that level 6 for that first ultimate to gain value. 3 members towards the bottom side of the rift. I don't think this dive onto Boytang is playable.
I think it
Dovendir,
is. When you have the minion wave, when you have 3 life
Dovendir's
bars, you
making
can just
his
jump
way
on
forwards now. It needs to go down quickly. Never mind, Dovendir is going to be the one that is jumped on as he attempts to get back to the turret. The damage is very much there. The paranoia over the top for Ploxy will pick up the kill. The level 6 is there though for Boytang. He's able to do a big old chunk of damage. Nomi is able to step away. Eski just going to play bodyguard. Nomi needs to be careful though. Norang is making his way forwards. There isn't a flash on the Wukong right now, but there is also her way in tow. Will be a QW, the Severing Bolt. There's the attempted catch. It's Eski who gets caught actually by that Spiraling Despair. Second kill for the Hui. Low health bars though. And it means that Valiant has the opportunity to push in mid lane, potentially pick up a plate or 2 for himself as well.
It was a bit of a greedy play after the dive. They just kept trading with Sivir. That was all fine. And then Wukong just walked in because they stayed around the minions. It was too greedy. Sivir was too healthy. Could still fight 1v3 if she really wanted to. But then the addition of Wukong just made sure that they got a kill on the way. And at least they trade the Void Grubs for the Drake.
Yep, Eski will spot that one out. I think it's a safe enough assumption for the side of Fortress that Ploxy is towards the top side of the map. I don't believe he was spotted going to the Void Grubs, but they will now be notified that all 3 of those have been taken. How's that in terms of the side lane?
I think it's great for Renekton, who keeps a perma push onto Mundo. I think it means that Renekton gets to have a bigger chance of getting plates as well. Since the minions are near the tower anyway, he should be spawning quite a lot of them.
Yeah, all you need to do, step up. I think do any form of damage to the tower pretty much to get those Void Mites to spawn. Right now, quietening down a touch, 10.5 minutes, of course. 1 feat has already been secured for the side of CNG, the Feet of Warfare. Both have an epic camp, and, well, neither of them are anywhere near taking a tower.
But that time will come, Brackish. Just not quite yet. Okay. Aurora has, again, a difficult lane, I feel like. Hui is just getting a little bit more out of hand. Valiant really needs to step up if he really wants to stay at the same route. Ugandan fighter as well. It's like he's starting to scale. Yes, Renekton can still fight this, has the ultimate available if he really wants to go for it. Now we go.
A little bit of damage down. The heal canister after the CC gets stepped on by Cry, and so the healing is denied. Nomi playing this bot lane carefully. His support is not present, and he doesn't currently know what Dovendir's up to.
Yeah, rockets to clear the waves again. This is great spot for Sivir to hold the wave if she really wants to. She doesn't really need to use the bouncing blade. She had 3 caster minions there, but does seem that she did clear them. So the slow push starts towards CNG here. It does give Wukong a little bit of leeway to start roaming over there and go for a potential gank if Corki remains alone. But we see some vision fighting towards the mid lane.
Cry gets his back interrupted by Ugandan fighter, as the vision game is indeed being played. Dragon, of course, not up for a fair old while yet. Ugandan fighter really wants to make sure Cry doesn't get this recall off. Meanwhile, ultimate dropped into the mid lane. Bloxy will be able to take down Krogson. Now to see if Norik wants to try and fight this one out. I think the answer to that is a very emphatic no.
Definitely a no, and this does mean because Wukong is chipped out, Nocturne can now go into his jungle, clear some camps as well, while he has to recall, so it gives Nocturne more XP up against Wukong.
White Eye is able to just turn this one back around. Nomi gets the phosphorus bomb interrupted, or blocked by the spell shield. Of course, the healing that the Sivir gets is going to be enough to allow him to take down the kill. Dovendir's assistance was required. Sivir is now on the board and ramping up after a week early.
We said this last game as well. Supports with teleport is definitely a thing. Spellbook, there's Riot is trying to nerf it so much that it doesn't overpower pro play, but it still does. Like, giving support so many summoner spells to use is, you might as well just not pick Zoe anymore.
Good. Don't pick that champion.
I mean, in LPL they still do. Was it LCK? I think it was LCK actually where it was picked.
Yes, I think you are right.
Was it Chovy? I think it was Chovy.
I think I've seen multiple people do it. I think Chovy's done it a couple of times. BBD might have as well.
Oh yeah, BB is definitely BB DJ. That's true.
Yes. But as things stand in this game, Nick, slight gold lead for CNG. But of course, that will be counteracted somewhat. We still have that cull ticking down for Boitang. We're looking towards the upcoming objectives. I think at this point, Ugandan fighter is very happy with his current situation in top lane. Yeah, sure, there's a Black Cleaver there on Cry, but the healing that he's getting right now is kind of hard to match, even with Koldemeek being, resourceless and on a fairly modest cooldown. A jump comes forward, Bloxy finds the fight once again. Spiral Deflect, spiraling in despair, comes down. Bloxy is able to get out. No Ring will shut down Valiant. Eski is trying to make sure that his jungler gets out unassailed. That is going to have to be a great escape coming out from Bloxy. No Ring is still chasing this. Can he get to the brush quickly enough to spot this one out? He will spot the pings, but it is too late. The Nocturne successfully escapes the play.
Haha! You thought it was the darkness that was hiding me. Nope, I just simply recalled. Alright, Drake is about to spawn though, so there will be tempo from the CNG side in the bot lane, but there will be tempo from Fortress Esports as well in the mid lane, since there is a shove now. Wukong gets the first move. Nocturne was delayed as well, so it should be a Drake unless they want to contest here. Eski walking up.
He's going to spot this one out. Bloxy and Valiant are ready to walk forward, but Krogson is very, very dangerous. No one's going to be able to secure that. That's a lot of Aurora damage, though. The chase now coming through. They will not be able to follow through, however.
It was a good disengage from Croxon with the fear, just making Valiant use of it. Cry up against Mundo. I guess this is trading. It's the tank battle. I think Cry thought he could take that battle and then we're gonna fight the set. Nope, you cannot. I press R and now I win.
Yeah, working out well. Certainly a big fan of that. Paranoia used towards the bottom side. Nobody falling this time, however. Krogson will get a decent push into the mid lane. Valiant doing okay, of course, as you said, the range is a big concern. Trying to stop Gandalf and putting the damage down on this top turret, but it is just going to fall, I think. We are going to turn this into a proper Barney, perhaps, as Gandalf still has the maximum dosage available to heal back up. Cry wants to go for it, but is completely lacking in support from his teammates. Meanwhile, Rift Herald is taken by Nuri.
Yep, they did not know where the jungler was. He was taking the Rift Herald, as you said. Valiant up against Wukong. I don't think you can win this, actually. That Wukong is very strong right now. Has the Triforce.
It's all good, though. Floxy and Valiant are going to be able to pick up the Scuttle, which is clearly far more important. Valiant taking so much damage from this way. Ploxy now going to step forward to try and take this one down. Does not put the fear onto the Hui. It is now going to get jumped upon. Monsoon has to be used by SD to keep Floxy topped up. That's a misclick of all time.
That was very unfortunate for Ploxy. I feel like otherwise they would have gotten the kill, they would have gotten the tempo. Now Croxon gets the recall. No gold into the pocket of Ploxy here. With that Hex Plate, you are strong, but I think the Triforce, it's just a little bit better from the Wukong. It's difficult, I feel like, to play this game as Ploxy. There's too much self-peel for Fortress Esports.
Yeah, very hard to stay stuck to a key target. Doing decently well for himself, though, as he said. Maybe the experimental Hex Plate isn't the be-all, end-all, but it's well on the way towards a second item. The question for me right now is the late game. How are we dealing with this Mundo? Because percent health is not something I think these champions are particularly adept at dealing.
I think with the Black Cleaver from Renekton and then the damage from Corki on top, I do think that they can shred through the Mundo, but it will be difficult. But to be honest, that's every Mundo. Does every Mundo ever take down the Mundo? No, you can't. It's like chasing the dragon from South Park. You remember that episode?
I do. You gotta fight them. Still shoving in the top lane. Cry is going to try and fight this time. Maximum dosage still hasn't been used by Ugandan Fighter, though. Cry just trying to chase this one out. Paranoia has been used. The tower will fall down. There is no way out for Boytang. Nomi will pick up that kill. The tower secured also. A little bit too late for the feats, of course. They've already gone the way of Fortress as Valiant's back gets interrupted. The TP coming in onto mid lane here from Cry, though, as Shelly is dropped down. The root will come out. The TP is matched. Valiant coming in from the opposite side. Krogson does need to be the target. Trying to get on out. Ploxy this time puts the fear on the right person. He's going to have to flash away. The Duskbringer will secure the kill. Killing spree for him as Ugandan Fighter will walk on down another tower in the top lane, but he's getting collapsed on something fierce.
I was gonna say, I think he gets out.
I mean, press R.
I guess with the amount of CC that they have, he won't get out. He does a lot of healing, but in the end, 4 people is a little bit too much. At the same time,
at this point in the game.
Yeah, but this does give Fortress Esports a lot of time to make plays across the map. Like, this is what Mundo does best, right? Make sure that your enemy focuses on you, and then your team does something else on the other side of the map, getting objectives. Like Drake is about to spawn, they're in prime position to secure that. They can set up a kill brush, they can go for Atacom, it's whatever they want. And now CNG has to walk in without the vision.
Yeah, Fortress have set up a Fortress. I say that as Bloxy immediately jumping in to try and catch the Quay once again. Bloxy goes unstoppable. He will get taken down in trade by No Ring. Tries a bit of a rough situation, but Boytang gets deleted. The CNG, they walk right on in with a rocket or two from Nomi. They say this fortress is going to fall.
I think it was a misstep from Croxon, really just walking on his own. You know there's a Nocturne, you know there's plants that create vision. If he sees you alone, he just presses R and you're dead.
One objective already down. It feels like it's going to be not impossible for Fortress to contest the Atacon as well. Eski has spotted out. I say that, Ugandan fighter walking on in with all 4,000 of his health. They are going to be enough to ward CNG away. The play will be ended for now.
Yeah, reminder, Atacon spreads your magic defense and your armor, so that you basically be hit quite hard, even by a Mundo who just builds health. As we speak, he's oh my, he just one-shot the wave. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this champion does some things. Uses some tech.
From the briefcase, yeah?
I'm not entirely sure what I saw there from Ploxy. It was like 5 cancelled autos back to back.
Sometimes you have to practice them. You have to go for those, the shimmies is what we call them in fighting games. You do the attack, but you actually don't do the attack. And then when your opponent does one, you punish it.
I'm too strategy game coded. I thought you were talking about stutter stepping as Ploxy jumping in once again to try and find the angle. Not quite able to find out this time, but Boytang is incredibly low. Novendir trying to get out. The pullback will be enough. Nomi secures that Ugandan fighter. Looking for the angle in as the tier 1 in mid falls down. Now seems to be the time for the Atacon, perhaps, but you've still got a lot of Mundo health to deal with.
Nomi did an incredible amount of damage there with the rock, just sniping 3 and then the explosion, just taking away so much HP. And then like the Norwegian sniper hits the rel as well. He's kind of on point right now.
It's the finish who are famous for snipers. If you don't know the story of Simo, Simo, the White Death. Look at it.
Was he the guy who was like alone in a mountain and then he took like 15 or something?
He was in the sort of tundra regions of Finland fighting against the Russians.
On his own, right?
I don't know if fully, but quite a lot of the time.
That's crazy. I think the last
but
time.
We're not talking about a Finn right now. We're talking about Norwegians and Danish continuing their
other heroes. Other heroes. They call them champions in this game. Let's see though if they can siege this tower. No, they cannot. So they're just waiting for the next objective. For Mundo, objective is always a tower.
Yeah, sieging against Hui, you might as well not even pass go unless you have Baron.
Yeah, pretty much. He just clears wave in 2 spells. It's just very fast. Sivir does it as well, but
looking. They're able to peel him away. The thing, of course, is he has the experimental hexplate. He can press that button pretty much with impunity. And just gotta see what happens.
Alright. Again, they need to shove out every single wave that they can. Renekton is up against Hui now. I do think that Renekton can't engage against Hui, but Hui can also not like deal with him either. It's just a stalemate in every single lane right now. Aurora Mundo, the same thing. So it's really up to Nomi versus Boytang to make the difference. Valiant, that damage
that's some burst.
Ridiculous. Yep. QEQ.
We do love those 3-hit passives.
With electrocutes.
Yeah. It's some numbers. You see CNG again threatening an Atacon start. 45 seconds on the next dragon, so I think if they were to take it. Ooh, Eski taking a chunk, knowing of course. Now on 2 items, TP coming out from Cry to try and keep Ugandan fighter out of the play. But the Wukong is right there.
this is where teams throw the game immediately.
CNG, they're
might
just
be
going to
doing
peel
it.
back off. They need to wait for their knocked resistances to come back. I can't remember how long the debuff lasts. They're looking for an angle towards the play. Ploxy is currently lacking the vision to step in, though. There is the paranoia. 2,000 health counting down. Right, looking for the angle in. Atacon has already been picked up. Ploxy has to flash out, as does Eski. The TP coming forward, though. Cry will fall down. It is traded as Nomi picks up the kill onto Boytang. Dovinde dropping as well. The Between Worlds making it so hard to chase this one forward. Floxy trying to survive, but knowing it's able to walk this one out. Ugandan fighter bring forwards alongside Krogson. Thankfully, the tier 1 for CNG in bot lane still stands. And so Fortress, they cannot aggress any further. But they will get Dragon.
The combination of Atacon and teams wanting to throw the game off of their objective is just like,
Yeah,
it's
iconic.
standard League of Legends at this moment.
Valiant. For a second, I thought I saw a glimmer in the eyes of the
Yep.
CNG mid laners. Like, I can steal this.
You can definitely try. It's gonna be difficult though. I will say, losing Atacon, it's not the end-all be-all, but it was a big win for Fortress Esports. They were behind a little bit, so Atacon mattered more for them than for CNG. I feel like if you're ahead, just ignore Atacon completely and get objectives that are worth your time. Because if not, then you give the enemy team a chance to fight back.
Yeah, that resistance shred really is no joke. Neither is this game. See, still a slight gold advantage for CNG. They still, I think, are the more proactive team, but Fortress are showing that they are able to turtle up well. They are able to respond pretty well to the plays that CNG Royal are putting out, and if they're not too careful, they might just have their crown stolen from under them.
Yep. Aurora is pretty close to her peak in power, I would say, at like any stage of the game. After like the 3rd item, she starts to fall off when she gets 4, 5, 6. Specifically, if we talk about Hui as well, he keeps getting stronger. And because you already said it as well, like he has 9 spells. The creativity that you can have with that champion is just so much better than Aurora. So they need to start finishing this soon. Mundo is going to be an issue as well, facing your net.
They're already at 3 items. Watch half the health of this turret fall off to the... Oh, never mind. The Demolish hit probably did a lot of damage. Yeah, there you go. About half the health of the turret. Brian Ugandan fighter are trying to battle this one out. The healing is forced out. Maximum dosage used.
Stonks going up. And it means that now Fortress can play around the map. Valiant did
Speaking
spot
of
it afterward.
How do we feel about the Venom Crest stonks? Never mind, Proxy is going in looking. Try and find Boytang once again. Nori can get healed up a chunk, but takes a bit in punishment from Nomi.
Redemption was used, so that won't be available next time he goes in. Look at the clock of Nocturne's ultimate. It's already...
Oh, Dovendir
Wow.
found and removed by Valiant on the Aurora. As you said, is at 3 items. Rabadon's in pocket. The strongest point in the game for this champion. Krogson not respecting, steps out onto way too much vision. The spiraling despair misses. Nomi isn't actually able to find the kill though. There is some healing, there is some shielding coming out, but Krogson somehow survives as Ugandan fighter now running in towards the play. There's a TP coming out from Cry to try and slow this one out. It will dissuade Fortress's aggression. Krogson again takes a chunk, but there's not enough rockets in the tank for Nomi to take that one down.
Yeah, I was gonna say they could go and contest the Baron. They can also feint it into going back into the base and then come back with a lot of items. Nuring.
Trying to find Eski, but puts himself in a rough situation. Has to flash away.
Yeah, that's a big flash as well, because that could have been a massive Nocturne ultimate into like 3 or 4 members of CNG. So losing out on that flash, it is going to matter a lot in the upcoming team fight. With the Baron up and the Drake about to spawn, should be soul point as well. I do think that Fortress Esports and CNG both need to go to the bottom side of the map ASAP.
If Fortress get the dragon, this is a Chem Soul. Chem Soul on a Mundo.
Yeah.
Name something more objectively terrifying.
I guess
Here's
Cloud
a whoop.
Mundo would also be stupid.
It would be funny. But well, my point being, Mundo is perhaps one of the better Chem Soul users
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah,
Like
agreed.
the worst or best, depending on who you ask, is probably like Olaf. You're able to keep yourself sort of sustained below half health, getting the most out of that damage and damage buff and damage reduction.
Look at how much the control
But
they
they're
have
too-
of the map as well. Aurora and the
Yeah.
tier 2 top left side. Now they can just push mid, they can take that tower and then go Drake.
Cannon fighter. He spots out Cry towards bottom side. They are going to get the push on towards mid here, but CNG has bodies ready to respond. Nomi, that is brave. Stepping forwards and almost inviting a potential jump forwards from Nora. Of course, Flash and Barrier are available. Got a decent chunk of health. But gotta be that little bit careful. The shield completely ignoring a devastating fire from a level 16 play. That is notable.
I was gonna say, can you let Mundo do this Drake solo?
Foxy, the angle in here. Jumps on towards Croton all the way on the backside. The follow-up isn't there. Valiant comes in and Cry is looking for the flank also. Nomi will go down, but the damage, I think, has been done. Eski trying to survive, but you know who is completely untouched? It's the Mundo, baby. He's going to work. Triple kill already picked up. Valiant and Cry still want to play this one out. Dovendir incredibly low. They can potentially just outlast. Maximum dosage has already gone through. Dovendir trying to survive. Does have a summoner heal available. Cry still chasing. The shield will get broken. Still trying to chase. But they do relent. Soul was secured for Fortress amid that and 3 kills onto the Mundo, who is only going to get scarier now.
Yeah, the added tenacity and the healing factor that he just unlocked is going to be insane for him. I need to see anti-heal being built on CNG right now, or this Mundo
I
is
see Executioners.
unstoppable. Yeah, just built on Nocturne, so Renekton as well. They are listening. Good.
I mean, if you know what, I have played enough games of League of Legends to know, like, there's, I want to say like 40% of solo queue games that feature a Mundo, I am having to type and just be like, bro, please,
Please, for the love of
please
everything.
get some anti-heal. I'm the only one on our entire team. Do you even understand how this champion works?
You know what the worst part is? He still doesn't care. Like,
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
it's essentially like 40% of his life gone because most of his HP is not in the HP that he builds, but is what he regens. So you cut it by 40%, but he will still out heal you.
Uh-huh. Sure will.
Especially with this soul.
Yeah. Still, pulling back to what we praised CNG for just a moment ago, they're playing across all 3 lanes. Valiant still pushing in top. Cry is pushing in bot lane. They're going to relent, recall. They've got vision on the Baron. They would know if Fortress wanted to start this one up, which means that they are just that little step ahead on the map. Their gold lead has been gradually building up over these past few minutes. It's now up to around 4,000. They're still playing the map very, very well.
I would assume this tower isn't going to go for free. Yeah, Mundo is already there to cover it. With the Baron still up, E is going to matter the most. They really need to try and bait out that Mundo TP first, but loudly you're not caught out here. Nope. If they can bait the Mundo TP and let it be wasted completely, then they can set their sights onto Baron. But it will be a very tough task for CNG to win this game, to be honest.
Yeah. The time at which they were the most powerful perhaps has passed. Croton attempts to use the fleeting current to chase onto Nomi, but not able to do so. They are going to start up the Baron now. Fight is already moving up.
Mundo will walk through the enemy team. It will spot it out.
And the TP. Valiant has the flank angle. Dovendir immediately in, and Eski is the target. Removed. Valiant now TPing into a rough situation between worlds. Will allow him to escape for a while, but a flash Q from No-Ring will result in him falling. Also, Price trying to stand tall in the midst of all of these enemies. The healing is good. He survives for a fair long while. Nomi and Plotsy now the only ones left alive. I like the fact that they're still looking to play this.
It's mostly that Wukong with the Hexblade, of course, has his ultimate up pretty quickly, and Nocturne being full health can still deal a lot of damage. Actually, Mundo does a little bit more, I guess.
No ghost used yet by Uganda Fighter, by the way. Plotsy is just sort of face tanking them. It's not going to work. Mundo presses right click on you and will drop you down 2 more for them, and the Baron is still being taken to boot. The thing towards top lane with a wave being pushed in, but there's really not that big of a deal right now.
Valiant's sold the Magi's just now in favor of Storm. Was it Storm Station they bought? I don't think so. At least one of the nuke items that he didn't have earlier on. It means that Aurora is not that confident anymore in this game, but at least will help out his team to do a bit more AP damage.
The Shadow Flame, I think, was just picked up.
Yeah,
Pretty sure he's had Storm Surge for a fair old while. But yeah, at this point in the game, we can see the Aurora value is starting to wane. And I mean, that TP wasn't great. Put him face first in the middle of 5 members of Fortress, which is exactly where an Aurora generally doesn't want to be.
Nope, Sivir got 3 items as well now with the Flicker Blade and already building towards the 4th. It means that even though she's far behind Corki, she's still going to do a ton of damage. Like the only thing is that Boytang needs to play a bit more safe because he's been called out quite a bit.
True. But right now in Fortress, they don't really need to worry about that. 15 seconds now, Nick, until the Elder Dragon, which I think would effectively make this an open shut.
Could Mundo 1v4? That's my question. I think he could.
With Elder, possibly even 1v5. I would not put it past that champion.
Oh yeah. With Elder, 1v5 for sure. Right now, 1v4. Could just hold off the entire enemy team if you really wanted to.
Elder is being pulled out. The vision is completely Fortress favored. That being said, as you say, Valiant has found a flank angle. If they can get the play that they want, Plotsy combo up with this Aurora. They're looking for the angle in. To call the bluff between worlds used. Good damage. Plotsy going in, looking for the backline angle. The Atlas is there, but Nomi, look, he's being walked at by Ugandan Fighter. He's not able to survive this. The kills are coming through. Proxy will eventually die. 4 members of CNG are still alive, but they've now got to fight the raid boss Mundo. As the Elder goes down, it does go in favor of CNG. The healing is still coming through. It's a Mortal Kombat situation. Ugandan Fighter in the 1v4 against Elder. Still picks up the kill onto Ploxy, but in the grand scheme, CNG are the clear winners. They get the ace, they get the Elder, and they're going to be able to push down some more structures.
And it really was because they could sandwich the enemy team in the Dragon Pit and then just nuke down whoever they needed to. Sivir and Wei both weren't long on the map. And that just means that they lost most of the damage. Only Ugandan Fighter could really do something in the face of like a 3v5, but they were so split up that the rest of his team already died. He could not frontline for the rest of the squad. And they just lost the fight around the Elder.
Now to see what CNG can do with the remaining Elder buff. Of course, it's only onto 3 members, the entire top side. Wait. Who still has it? No, it's Eski that still has it. Eski, Valiant, and Cry that still have it. I mean, having it on the Aurora is definitely nice. Let's make that burst combo all the nastier.
Yep, just make it a 4-hit combo. Essentially give the enemy less health to work with. But they are on a timer. You already saw how strong that Mundo was. That was a 1v4, by the way. He still took a kill. So once that Elder Drake is going to run out, that is the moment where CNG is going to shed a few tears and wait till they hopefully get another Elder Drake. We're grouping up
The game,
bot lane,
the
though.
game doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. Tier 2
No, we're
will
not done.
get dropped in the bottom lane, as you say. 2 minutes before the Baron spawns onto the Rift. 4 for a potential next Elder. For the time being, though, Root does catch onto Ploxy. It will hurt a little bit, but he's pretty darn tanky at this stage of the game. Cry pushing in the waves on mid lane. Of course, has to be very careful. He gets caught out at this point in the game. It could give Fortress that window back into the game.
Still quite a bit of summoner spells on the side of Fortress Esports. If they really time it well, they can go for like a flash Wukong engage and catch someone out before they can deal the damage. Aurora, Corki, for example. It's going to be pretty difficult, I think, with the Janna in the back pocket, but I need to say I really like so far how Eski has been playing the game. I did not expect Janna to be as powerful in this game as she has been, but she's definitely been like a big thorn in the eye for Boy Tank specifically. Like every time he wants to engage and do damage, there's a Janna shield blocking it, and then they burst him down.
Yep. The Monsoon healing has been impactful as well. In a lot of those situations, though, it hasn't been too hard for Fortress to put a body, you know, somewhere close enough to the Giant to land some form of CC. You're not getting full value out of that ultimate. Even half a channel of that ultimate is a couple thousand healing.
True. Alright, CNG, let's do it for Venom Crest. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Remind
let's go.
everybody, yep, Four Nations fans in the chat. You are rooting for Norway. You are rooting for CNG Royal in this game if you want the Venom Crest Serpents to have a chance of advancing. Brod and Friends are in a three-way tiebreaker in Group B. The same will happen in Group A. No Ring takes a massive chunk, half of his health going down. Ugandan Fighter taking a bit of damage his own self. Not going to need to use the ultimate just here. He will be able to walk away. The Baron is now up and available, though. Recalls have a very real price to them. Knowing not able to heal back to full here, just in case CNG choose to start the Baron. And would you look at that? That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, his own vision though will be
No
engaged
ring.
upon Aurora.
Tries to catch onto Valiant, goes over the wall with the... What?
Did he go back?
He, I'm not sure, but he goes down. Baron is picked up by CNG Royal, but at what cost? As 5 members of Fortress all of a sudden start speeding down the mid lane. The recalls will get them back to base quickly enough. I don't think they're able to do much with this. Minute 20 until the Elder will spawn in. Nomi, Ploxy, Eski are those who need to make this happen. I say that as the damage is insane. 2/3 of a turret's health from a single demolished prop in the waves. They may be Baron empowered, but they're still falling down. Nomi has to be so careful about every single step forward he takes. He gets melted down. Eski and Ploxy are not going to be able to do it. Who cares if there are no minions about? There's a Mundo about, and with the rest of the team behind, Fortress stands strong. It is curtains for CNG Royal, and it is curtains, sadly, for Venom Crest Serpents in Group A. Fortress advance alongside BTU.
Valiant, you played so well, and then you lost the game off of a misclick. I feel like that has to be a misclick. He used the ultimate to go back in the Baron pit, and then I think he wanted to cancel the ultimate and then walk out, but because there's like a lingering effect, as it cancels, he went straight back and he was like, this is where I parked my car. And then he just got blown up and the game ends just
Was
like
at
that.
that moment.
Exactly. They play very well, CNG. Fortress Esports was on the back foot, even though they had like a massive Mundo. And then at the very end, it's just that tiny slip up after so many good calls that just cost them the game. It must feel really bad. But again, both teams just played phenomenal.
It's great to see. Great game. Fortress they take their opportunity when they see it and will climb up to second in the group stage. I believe because they lost to B2U.
Yep.
Then, wait, let me make sure I'm correct there. B2U, they did lose a game. They lost. Oh no, it was their game earlier today, wasn't it? That they lost. B2U. Yes, of course B2U lost because it was Venom Crest Serpents that beat them to secure their safety. Well,
You
not
would
secure
think.
their safety, as we
You would
find
think
out.
that, yeah.
Anyway, to recap, 3 of 4 teams are locked in for the knockout portion of the RPS. B2U, Fortress, as we just saw, and
Epic
Epic Avalanche from Finland. We have a 3-way tiebreaker in Group B between Leo, Bitfix Gaming, and Brod and Friends. Those games will take place tomorrow to find out the last spot in that playoffs bracket. And of course, the winner of those 4 teams goes on to fight Chaos for the chance to promote to the NLC First Division, a most coveted prize. But that's all for tomorrow. That's all for Beyond Now. Nick, thank you so much for being here for the games. Shout out, of course, to Casual Cutie and Abby for the first 2 games, and of course, Casual Cutie for also making all of this occur.
Production, yes.
Thank you all very much for watching. We will be back tomorrow, potentially, to cover those tiebreaker games. See you then.